All right. Thank you for joining us. The Ill-Fated Session 73.
We did it.
Wait, are we only at 73? Why did I think we were so much higher?
I mean, that's pretty high.
Only?
I swore we were closer to 80. I don't know.
Go ahead and times that number by 4. That's how many hours you have wasted your life. I'm just kidding.
I have more hours in this D&D game than I do in some actual video game.
I know, right?
A lot of actual video games.
A lot of actual video games. And put in comparison of how, like, if you do put in comparison, like, how many hours you spend playing video games, it actually is not going to reach some of the levels of your probably more played titles. But so, not a waste of time. This is where we'd like to spend our time. It's enjoyable. All right.
Sometimes.
Wow.
What the
You know
fuck?
who's dying today?
All right. Well, today the session has been canceled. Because the party is dead! The whole thing's
Sometimes
gone.
the dice just aren't in your favor. That's all I'm saying, man. The dice be frustrating.
Exploding. Yeah, right. Little Donald coming out there. It's a compliment.
Story's great. The dice rolls not so great, you know?
Right. All right, so the last session, we were transferring, I would say, but like during that sort of like walk right through the sewers from the Tinkerer's kind of dungeon, right? We heard Ukar talking about the plan, right? And then we eventually got to the drain station with the star, and then it became apparent what was going on. I'm not going to try to talk too much about it. I'm just going to maybe create a synopsis, right, of what kind of transpired. First with the star was that an illusion of the star, as soon as you all entered into the sewers area here, or even maybe getting just off of the boat, which was implied, the star was an illusion that was created by Urpip that began to go into the direction of the Rabbit Ice, which is where the holdout is for the rebellion. Remember, they mentioned there's a safe house, right? And there's some contacts there. And so this illusion, literally from created by Urpip, went there and then mobilized all of the dragoons, which is basically the foot soldiers of the rebellion, right? And they went to work, putting themselves into position, grabbing their arms and their weapons. They were banded together in their formations, so they fully mobilized in all of the time that you spent in navigating to defeat the Tinkerer. And so Vastar, did not grab their weapon and attack Ukar. That's not the type of character that they are, just because, their feelings are hurt, their authority was surmounted. And there could have been, some hostile aggressions and being like, oh, I guess, Vastar just said, we're not allies, right, anymore. I'm not an ally of you. I don't want any part of what is going on here. But Vastar can't just leave the city right now, right? You can't just storm out, oh, I'm going to head out of my way. So Vastar is just going to head back in the direction of the Rabbit Ice, where the safe house is the rebellion, maybe to treat the wounded, right, that are brought back into that slum area. Maybe it's to gain some more foothold of their authority there. And so they've went into the wind at this point. As far as our characters are concerned, we traversed with Ukar, who was not in a frantic pace at all, and you were brought through a cinematic of sorts of how the city was unfolded into this revolution that was taking over it. You had multiple Ukars on scene in multiple pitched battles as they were fighting, and you had the dragoons that were fighting against the clan Gilgal dwarfs in those pitched battles as well. You had the wall segments. They were being attacked by multiple Urpips as well. And so you have duplicates, and which ones are clones, which was illusions. Magic was being flourished on the wall. You did see that there were eventually Ukars on the wall. And you also saw there was dragoons on the wall. So everything is unfolding, very rapidly in pace. And that paved your path, right? That opened the gates of those ramparts. As I said, the city is a tiered city, and it has only 3-1, right, as you went from the lower steps to the royal steps. So very little actual ways to get into those other tiers of the city, which essentially are the more prized districts, right? And while we wanted to kind of observe more, we decided to stay with Ukar up until the point that we got to the Stone Spire. So the Stone Spire is in the moat that surrounds the Granite Keep and is a functioning of like a market. There's houses there, and then there's 2 gate houses, one of which lowers the drawbridge to the royal steps, and the other one protects the drawbridge that lowers from the Granite Keep, right? So it is not exactly a large area, but it's enough that it's kind of bringing forth a lot of people, especially because the moat is superheated, right? So the moat's actually ripping hot. And so we talk about the defenses of the Granite Keep and why it was near possible to attack this place. And it's simply because if the drawbridges are not lowered and the gates are not lifted, you can't actually even traverse in the moat without burning alive, boiling alive, I should say. So that sort of vegetation as it grows and flourishes and invites a lot of people, right? Because it's a very unsustainable place here on this rock, this mountain, which suggests also from the way that Beldzar was talking, is that there's also volcanic activity. So there's a reason why the Granite Keep is where it is. There's a reason why they chose this mountain out of other things around, right? Function sits on the bay. It has the volcanic activity, has that heat, that geothermal power. And it is something that is called to the dwarfs and the reason why they built it. So when we were in the market of the Stone Spire, we had a decision that we had to make. And that was, there are hostages that are being held by Clan Stonefist. And those hostages are not just people of Clan Gilgal. They are the family of the king and most likely their court. So we're talking about advisors. We're talking about other notable house lords or ladies or families, right? Not necessarily house lords or ladies, like houses, right, of dwarves, because it's different government there. And you have actual, like, children of the king. We don't know where they are, right? Those hostages could be in Rafsha, which is Clan Gilgal City. They also could be taken already into the Dark Abyss. They could be taken all the way to the Clan Stonefist City. We just don't know. We don't know where they are. And we can't rely on that, and we can't rely on even saving them. We might not want to even get involved with that. That's not really our thing. But Belzer told a story of why this happened, and this is basically leverage to get the king to march the soldiers out of the city, occupy the city of Stone, and begin to build siege weaponry and attack the holy city, attack Otheba. That is the direction that they are supposed to do. That's why they're doing this. And all the while, the Tinkerer's been brewing. And as Daminar had stated, it is a mutual acceptance. It is not really an alliance or, kind of I'm benefacting from this. It is more of an acceptance that the Tinkerer is a very powerful individual, and we'll see what happens. And the Tinkerer seems to be one of the only beings that you have seen that was able to control and empower themselves from a congruence. So their knowledge with that could have been something that Damodar envied, maybe vied. Maybe there's multiple things that we could say. And so again, synopsis, trying to make it brief as much as possible, not talk a lot. We allied ourselves with Belzer because Belzer said, we can't let the king die. If there's no king, then there is no Clan Gilgal, the last dwarven clan, the last dwarven king. They also will never go back to Ravsha. They will never release that city from its occupation of Clan Stonefist. They'll never liberate it. That's what Beldar's argument is. That's what the struggle they have is. Because they've watched all the destruction. They caused all the destruction in dwarven cities. They've killed the royal families of those dwarven cities. And so they're looking at this and going, of all things, don't let this happen. Don't let another one and another clan perish. You all love the dragon. Nukar would not budge. They would not compromise. Not in this. So you put Ukar down. But we don't know if the Ukar we killed was a clone or the actual Ukar. Don't know if they switched at some point, when they switched, if they switched at all. Was the clone always a clone from the very beginning? Were they never original? Do the clones have power from the gift as well? Do they just duplicate upon duplicate? I mean, don't understand. We're on Beldar. We are pushing forward. We're going in to the Granite Keep. And we have descended down the grand flight of stairs upon the entry chamber there, the hall. Just kind of this dwarven entry hall. It's a very grand place upon entry here, and it kind of goes to those other areas inside the keep. It will have stairs going to the second floor of the keep. And as I stated, it's a small keep, and really what it's about is the underbelly. That's actually where the stone throne is. And it becomes very apparent as to why. As you begin to traverse downward through the steps, there is going to be a double wooden metal door that is kind of swung and exploded open, similar to that of the entry. So this door was barred and locked with other sorts of mechanical mechanisms at the back end. And you notice there's like a sparkle and fizz, like a thermite-like compound that's dissolved a lot of the metal. And there's bodies that linger on the other side of this gate after it was exploded, either killed by the explosion or they are going to be burned, stabbed, and killed by more weaponry, right, of a piercing sort, and they've been slashed away. And you've seen Ukar fight; it's very resembling that. And so you're with Beldar. Not only are you kind of with Beldar, Beldar is kind of just like over top of you right now, right, and running in the dragon form, and then they're kind of shaping back to get through the gate and then turning back into a dragon. And as soon as you see this and come through and see all the bodies, you are brought into the actual volcano. So there is bubbling lava underneath you of a grand bridge that extends eventually to a crossroad. And you can see up ahead with the light of the lava as it's billowing and bubbling with the 30-foot ceiling height and mechanical structures that are pillars that are extending down into those hefty rock formations, similar to a fence post that goes down into cement right off the ground. And that rock showcases the lava kind of moving and growing upon it, cooling down. There's steam that's billowing from water as it drips down from the various natural caverns that are kind of pulling themselves into this place, but it's still very terraformed with metalwork. Clan Gilgal banners are draped down over various places of some of those metal pillars that extend into the stone. And that heat is just constant and moving through. And so you're kind of maybe sweating a little bit, but it's not uncomfortable by any means because there's airflow and air ducts in the actual ceiling. So there's these ports squared off holes that kind of move through, and there's air that's cooling here, and that humidity is constant. Now you're pressing forward kind of in a run. You know time is of the essence. The longer you take, the closer Ukar and the clones, right, can get to actually killing the king, and that is what needs to be stopped. And so
before I don't want to interrupt you, before we get too far in, as we were running through like the drawbridge area, would we have been able to identify any of our loyal Gilgals that we had sent in to drop the bridge?
You would find them in the gatehouse, but there are not going to be a whole lot of survivors, because as soon as they on the Granite Keep side and the Stone Spire side, you had them planted in the Stone Spire to lower the first drawbridge, and then you have them pushing on to the second drawbridge. They joined the fight and were beginning to fight alongside dragoons. And so there's not going to be a whole lot of them left, but I'll have you roll a perception check if you want to. The issue here is mainly faces, like who do you know and who do you not know. You're not going to really have a whole recollection of actual faces, but you're going to look more or less for colorations of clothes and maybe some nuanced details that would stand out.
Yeah, he would take a guess even if he wasn't sure, because he doesn't actually care if it's one of ours. He just knows they would trust him more readily than the other ones. But yeah, I'll roll a perception, which is, let's get that one out of the way.
Yeah, natural 1. You're in the heat of the moment. You're pushing forward. You might catch a glancing at some of Clan Gilgal dwarfs that have lack of color inside of some of the formations of dragoons that are fighting in the actual Stone Spire in those pitched battles before you press into the market. But after that point, you're really in a kind of a tunneled vision, especially after the fight with Ukar or the Ukar clone and alongside Beldzar, as you did happen to narratively, you kind of mounted Beldzar. Remember, you mounted them. You were flying over, right, and coming down. So after that point, you probably wouldn't be able to recognize a whole lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Carry on.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get ourselves to the scene. I'm going to narrate how you're going to get to the scene a little bit. After I trigger some sounds. Load. So you're making a beeline here. You're simply running on this bridge in the direction of the underbelly of the Granite Keep. So as soon as you come down the stairs, there is some distance here of hundreds of feet up on the bridge. You're not going to have very much in terms of the way of crossroads. This is going to be the first kind of crossroad, which is more like a cross bridge as it extends over and then goes into other bridge, kind of another bridge, right? And extends into other areas. You have a direction that you're pulling towards from the bodies as they linger, and knowing that the actual throne is going to be up ahead, and you can see this in the distance. So you can fly upon Beldzar if you wish, and continue to fly over this place. That's roughly, like I said, 30 feet in terms of its height. And you can aim for the grand steps, which is a tiered stair, kind of where the bridge ends, and then those tiered stairs are going to kind of carry upwards to the actual throne, the stone throne. And there is jewels and crystals and glowingness that's kind of vibrating from that area there where that actual throne there is. And you can see the shadows and the figures in the actual lava flow through the light as it extends a number of hundreds of feet here, where they're fortified themselves, and that the actual clones of Ukar have not reached that space. In fact, the clones of Ukar that you see, and the reason why we're kind of here, is they're actually here. You don't see them anywhere else upon the bridge as you extend towards the grand steps. And so it is just the 4 you see here. And as they're fighting, they have numerous amounts of dwarfs are perished here. They're dead. They've either been killed by the Ukar clones, or they have been killed by the iron golems that self-detonated. They've self-destructed. And so the dwarfs are just nearby them. So they're having, shrapnel, pieces of metal that kind of stuck to them, cling to them, or fire, that's kind of burned and scalded them. And so, and you're pressed towards the king. Beldzar is going to kind of flutter themselves down upon, because they've been trying to keep with you, let you not stay mounted a whole lot. And they're going to look in the direction of the Ukar clones here and see them as a threat that needs to be dealt with, and is kind of looking towards all of you, and then stares forward and simply says, "I don't see any more up ahead. They haven't made way to the grand steps yet."
We should move to the throne, fortify there, just in case there are others that have already made it ahead. We don't want to get
The
distracted.
main one might also be inside with some magical item or something, so we should not wait.
If their mission is to go to the throne room, then we will meet them later.
Let them wear themselves down on these blood knights.
Okay.
I concur.
So you're going to mount up upon Belzar and begin to flutter and fly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I would turn to Thanos and be like, make sure your gem's up. I don't want him getting the drop on us anywhere.
Yeah, you see what happened was. There's these new attunement rules, and
That's awesome.
that one didn't make the cut.
The new attunement rules.
The gem of seeing did not make the cut when our main enemy right now is go invisible.
Well, when we did the attunement change, he wasn't our main enemy.
That's
Seems like
unfortunate.
a failure to plan ahead.
I literally don't have any. I mean, I
That's-
could have taken
that's-
off the cloak, I suppose, but
That's what happens when you have too many magical items.
I really don't even have that many.
Says the man who can't find attunement slots for all the shit that he has. With what? How many attunement slots do we have?
8.
Literally, it's one item. Well, 2 if you count the hammer, but
So you mount Beldar here, not wanting to take a fight between the clones and the Blood Knights. As the Blood Knights are actually fighting the Ukar clones here, and they are going at arms to battle them. Now, what was described in to you all as you're beginning to flutter and fly is that the Blood Knights seem just as capable of fighting. There is nothing that they do not have that you all did not face as they're kind of moving through and attacking the Ukar clones. And the Ukar clones here are going to have, I guess I had stated, multiple different sorts of attires. They'll have kind of a, maybe different armor, but they're really going to stand out more or less as light and medium armors. And then they are going to have short swords, and those short swords do appear to be silver as they're slashing through the Blood Knights and defeating them. And so you're kind of taking to the wings as you flutter and fly. You eventually are going to pass through this space, and you're going to take a low altitude flight, because some of the varying of the ceiling is it does have some natural formations. You'll have to dip down. You might be able to increase your altitude at a time, and the lofting of the heat is difficult, but Beldar is extremely agile and swift dragon, has no difficulty with the uplift of the heat, and so Beldar is able to fly at incredible speeds here and be able to get you to the grand steps quite quickly. So what's going to happen here is the bridge itself is going to end, and it comes to a large wall of metal and stone as it extends. 2 banners of Clan Gilgal on either side, 3 coin pieces that kind of are interlaced around, and a little bit of a swoosh-like kind of thing with a gold and black banner. And it is underbelly of the bridge from left to right. It seems like this wall has something to do with the directional of the lava flow, similar in that of like a tidal gate, right? So you can see maybe the vents and other things, mechanisms can be moved. And there is also cogwheels and sorts of gears, right, that might turn and lift things underneath the lava that you can't exactly see. But there are some hollow spaces there just for air. Perhaps this has been lifted or lowered. It's difficult to tell. No one in the party is actually a tinkerer or an artificer, so there's nothing that you get information right off the rip. The doors, however, here have been kind of splintered just like the others. And so there is going to be a door, double door here of metal that has a brace on either side of a twin brace that can be shut like this, and then some actual things on the hinges here, like metal poles that can be extended to lock the door further. The door has been destroyed in similar way of the previous one, and there are bodies of the Ukar clones here that linger, as well as a bunch of Blood Knights. And as you begin to press forward, you are going to land between these sorts of geometrical shaped prismatic crystals that extend from the iron pole mantles that hold them and then there's kind of a hold, like a hand of a dwarf that extends in either of the crystals to just kind of brace them in those. Those are going to give Everlight, right? So they're blue Everlight crystals as they glow. And then in front of you is going to be dwarfs. The distant combat behind you still lingers, but the sounds as well are kind of died down. The dwarf formation here, you have numerous amounts of soldiers in front of you with shields and battle axes. You have a couple commanders in the back, but they have seen war. All of them are bloodied and injured, and some means they've been maybe they've treated themselves already with bandages or perhaps potions, so they've recovered those. But the armor, right, and the attire, right, has seen the blood, and so they have not fought here in this particular map. They fought further to the south of this map where you've actually lowered yourself down. Beldar has kind of stomped through and continued with you all on its back, and it's just pulled a number of about 35 to 40 feet away from that door. Then there is a very kind of thin, I should say, not wide bridge that extends for the final part to the grand steps as they extend upwards to thrones that sit the Stone Council, as well as the king. The king is currently upon some of the tapestry as it runs down, and they currently have a crown upon their head, a golden spike crown riddled with rubies and diamonds. At the center, held into an oval spike, is the king's jewel, a large precious stone that resembles a multicolored opal. They have dark steel plate, a shield here, a tower shield. They're also going to have a nice suit of dwarven plate upon them with the symbol of Clan Gilgal on the forefront. They have a gilded cloak of gold that resembles that yellow color of Clan Gilgal with the 3 symbol that clinks across as that cloak there. And then they are going to have a warhammer that sparkles and fizzles every so often. They stand with a baldish head here. They wear no helm, with thick eyebrows of kind of this light brownish coloration, a great beard with many different braids. We talk about dwarvish culture and victories of war, and in the number of battles that they fought, they braid their beard with. And so you can see that this beard has been spun with over 20 different braids. Just in this individual has won 20 victories, 20 battles, and victory has been victorious. The people in the thrones are kind of sitting there. They might be kind of moving about them, but they're kind of just like holding themselves to. There is no escape. There's no other doors. There's nothing that departs this room. This is a one-direction room, and it seems it's been designed to be in the underbelly of the the underbelly of the volcano, with hefty fortifications, artwork, and decor to stop anybody from traversing through the number of gates that have been created to stop them. But alas, Ukar and their clones have been well equipped to begin to destroy and dismantle that. The number of clones that you've seen here resemble that about 4 dozen. So there's been 4 dozen Ukars that have been killed, and there's over 2 dozen of the Blood Knights that have been slain, as well as many dwarfs, soldiers, and counting in the realm of at least 6 to 7 dozen. So there's just bodies in the wake, and they're just slowly pushing and pulling as they get closer to. So picture for yourself an immediate strike. And then after that, the tidal wave. Slow to brew, slow to come through. You have yet to see the tidal wave strike land. So this is just the sudden strike of Ukar to press forward, and then the rest of the Dragoons, the rest of the Ukar clones, Urpip even, right, has yet to even arrive here. So you've only seen the first imminent. The dwarfs group their shields together as they see you approach. They raise their battle axes, ready to fight.
Stay your blades. We are here in defense of the king.
Beldar begins to slowly pull themselves down, and it's going to turn themselves slightly so you can lower yourselves down from the wing. So they kind of drape themselves down, like make it almost like a ramp that you're able to slide or move down. The soldiers kind of look back, and the king speaks with an echoing voice from all the way up those steps and back. It excels upwards of 60 to 70 feet, those steps, as it kind of increases in elevation. Beldar! You have returned! I could have swore you were to leave and flee this place, You've stilled your mind. You've come in defense. Who are you to come to my defense?
We are here to return the city to its rightful place as a bastion of the Dwarven clans. One of the people perpetrating the siege wants your head, though, and we would not see all Dwarven clans dissolved. So understand that the city will be free. But if you allow us to help you, you will live, and so will your clan.
You speak in a threatening tone. You speak
On the contrary,
with the voice of a soldier. You have fought many battles, have you?
more countless than the stars.
And your demands will be met. The city will be free. Come to my defense. I am King Gilvor Gilgal of House Gilgal, House of the Three Coins.
One final condition. Many of those who left your service in the name of their own honor have allied with us. They will be free to return to the clan, should they choose.
Any dwarf is welcome to leave and depart the clan as their choosing. The deserters. They will not face punishment. Times and tribulations has surpassed my great house. It is difficult to stay allied. Coming to attack Unherwick, taking the city. I'm sure Beldar has spoke on my behalf, or you would not be here.
Indeed.
Then you know some of the story, but not all, and yet you still come. Welcome.
Varys, you can still see the Blood Knights and Ukar.
I can.
I need you on the king within 10 feet at all times. Telepathically, he's going to say, we don't know if we can trust him if he turns, take him out.
All right. Y'all focus on the wave. I got the king, and I'll walk up to the throne.
Is Fine Greater Steed 10 minutes or an hour? The summoning.
Is Fine Greater Steed 10 minutes or an hour? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's 10 minutes.
It up 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll kind of go and try to start summoning Tartugan. I don't know if we'll have enough time before they get here, probably not, but it'll be an advantage to have another person in the sky.
I'm gonna look at the king and just say, stick close, my liege. They can turn invisible, so
My liege.
I will be your eyes and ears.
Speak to me as some noble.
That I am. I am the eldest son of House Willow of Glenmark.
Humans. And their nobility. We do not give such respect in Ravsha.
All right,
I will
old man,
take it.
then stay close to me.
Varys has grown up so much. I'm so proud of him.
I like it.
I'm so proud.
You see some of the council here. They do not have weapons or arms. None of them really do. Only one seems to have a staff and a spellbook. They are kind of in the throne itself and just kind of take a step downwards. They are also pretty old. So this one here is fairly old for a dwarf, and then this one also is an orc, and they are very old as well. So they're kind of just staying put for the time, right? They're taken. Remember, this is a first strike. They had no time to really flee and escape before they locked the keep down, and then from there on, they've just been pressing forward. So they're kind of just playing a few games, perhaps, that they have around here just to mind the time and hope for the best. The king, however, has always been here, watching and waiting and seeing the soldiers and the Blood Knights fall. The king will look towards you. Blood Knights have turned. They're not to be trusted. Fortunately for us, they were not near whatever happened. Changing. They did. Then the large explosions for the iron construct. There was many of them. We lost a number of soldiers to them. Take the good with the bad, I suppose. Blood Knights have been the only thing keeping away that orc pressing forward. The many number of them. Strange magic for them to be so many.
Very strange.
Yeah, Varys is listening, but he's not going to respond. He's just scanning, making sure nothing gets by him.
Okay. We will speak. For now, keep sharp. Wait. Let us hope for the best.
That we shall.
We've got an hour, ostensibly, from whenever we fought Ukar, but as soon as Sea Invisibility goes down, I will recast it.
Yeah.
Presumably, it hasn't been nearly that long yet.
We are not going to get to that time here. So
I
as
figured.
All right.
as you all are forming a line here in the front, looks like Lucar, Baldor, and Marius are just kind of sitting up there, all the three of you.
Mhm.
Okay. Bracing. There are going to be clones that are going to emerge, coming running forward. One of the clones comes forward and stops and begins to walk. And then there are going to be two others on either side that begin to come down. One steps forward slightly here above the three others as they run the tapestry. Why in the world did you decide to do this?
We don't fancy weak allies who can't be trusted.
Weak allies. You do not know the power that is held by us. It is no matter. We will fall. We will die. And there will always be more. More Ukar. Our numbers. Great. Thousands of years. A millennia. We have spent every facet and corner of this world. Pleasantries is what we have taken. We have sat idly by, doing nothing. This is what we wish to change. Are we to fight?
Well, what we've learned, friends, is they can't communicate it. They'd already know what was happening.
See this one walk 10 feet, weapon still not drawn.
Oh, I would already be preparing to cast a spell before he moved that far.
That's fine. Go ahead, cast.
We are going to cast Hunger of Hadar on the door.
Okay. As the tentacles begin to emerge, you see become blinded as well as affected. They've all three succeeded on their dexterity saving throws.
Yeah, that's fine.
See the one groan in the midst of the hunger. Everyone roll initiatives.
Hey, I rolled over a 10 on
Nat
initiative. Look at
fucking
that.
20.
Nice.
I don't know that I needed that high of an initiative, but it's fine.
Marinus
You
rolled a 9 with
complaining.
with advantage.
Yeah, I rolled a 9 with advantage.
That's
Pretty cool, huh?
impressive.
He's been rolling uncharacteristically low on initiative lately. I'm not appreciating it.
Oh, I got to roll for Leia too. Hold on.
See a Lucar with the 5? Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was me. I rolled that myself. Yeah.
Hi, Thanos, you're up.
All right. We're just going to stop blasting. Bonus action. I'm going to poison tip some arrows. The blasting.
24 hits. We'll take 21 points of piercing and poison damage.
I will also silent strike that.
They are going. This one is going to have resistance to psychic damage. Only takes 3.
And I will shoot him again.
They're going to uncanny dodge. They will half the 19 to 9.
And I will just stand below Balthazar and I will end my turn.
Okay. 9 points of cold damage dealt. We also have difficult terrain, I believe.
Yep.
After refresh.
I broke it. You're welcome.
I don't think you broke it. My ruler was broken when we started. So I think I just like when I logged in, something didn't log in correctly. It's like I can't drag anything around very well. Okay. So, Maldor, you have see invisibility up, so you can see them.
Mhm.
You can see the one that has appeared in the invisible condition has passed outwards, the cold seeping through. As it begins to emerge, to use its bonus action to dash, it is going to then make 2 strikes with silvered dark sword short swords here of Keen.
I will shield. Also, should he have advantage since I can see him?
No, I didn't put the scene invisibility thing on. So I taking the first roll from the set, which is the 19. First roll from the set will be 32. 32 will hit you. That is 16 points of piercing damage that is dealt through the shield. No sneak attack provided, as you were able to see the pumps you for concentration of the arm. Success. Then going to go in for another strike here. Natural 20.
Nice.
I'll deal 19 points of piercing damage to you as well. Prompts you for a con save. You're able to succeed as he comes through. Quick strikes once and twice directly through the shield, and then kind of stands and just stares at you, a little bit mindless, and then slowly smiles, and that Ukar smile. It is the arms, actually. You're right. Arms are bugging it out. As soon as I get him through the arms, I could move him now. So I don't know what's going on with there, but that's kind of interesting. Now, Marius, you cannot see the one that is in front of you that is going to come out of the arms and looks towards you, as they are going to go for their first strike upon you at advantage. That will be a sneak attack. It's going to be a total of 49 points of damage as the first strike comes at you through the arms. A bonus action to Ukar here as they step forward, stabbing directly towards your leg, and then taking the secondary blade and coming upwards in the direction of your shoulder. Now, this weapon that they're attacking with the offhand is only a dagger that they have provided here. So that's 29, which will hit. And then you have resistance to non-magical damage, and that'll be 7 points of damage. So not all of them have silvered short swords. They are going to have one silver short sword of Keen, but not all of them are going to have two silver short swords of Keens. Varys, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna move up just so that if my people decide to fall back, I can actually reach them with some spells, but I think from here, can't really do much. Oh, well, let's see, actually. I can do a slow at 120 feet. I think the square could reach the two at the top here.
Only a 20-foot square.
Yeah.
So that only gets you 140.
Yeah, so I don't think it'll work. Man, that sucks. I'll just wait right here then.
Okay.
I'll end my turn.
Our soldiers begin to pull themselves down. As they do, they begin to look towards the clones, and they are going to fire off javelins. 7 is a miss. As they chuck forward.
At least it's something.
Another chuck.
They're
23
trying.
will hit. Uncanny dodge is taken. Only 2 points of damage still. Begin to press forward with the phalanx, grabbing the javelins and chucking them. Salula looks towards you with the crossbow, a slight engineering satchel towards the right. He's looking around, being observant, and is going to ready in action. All right, Lidan's up next.
All right. What do we got? Yeah, she's going to. How far away am I? Feet. Okay, perfect. She will go. How big is this? Yeah. We'll do 20 feet in the air. and then fly 40 feet this way. 35, whatever. And then sorry, I'm trying to work out ranges here. She will drop down 5 feet actually to 15.
Okay.
And she will cast Spirit Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh shit. Friendly
Obviously-
dwarfs. Friendly
Yeah,
dwarfs. Change the
Not
tokens.
not hurting dwarves or
Yeah,
anybody that's not Uthal
I'll
Falls.
change all of the dwarfs to friendly token disposition. That would be really bad. If,
Incinerates all the dwarf soldiers.
yeah, well, with automatic, if they're not friendly, or sorry, if they're hostile, it'll target the spiritual weapon. Guardians will target them in the same way. I gotta make sure the clones are red. Yeah, I changed the clones to red, but yeah.
Okay. And that's gonna end her turn.
Okay.
All right.
You're up.
And we are going to. Yeah, that's already off. Start attacking.
All right, 29 is going to hit. You are going to deal 22 points of slashing damage here. The next strike is a 29, which will also hit. The clone is going to use an Uncanny Dodge. Has 2 reactions to use, so that'll be the second reaction here to use my halving the 23 to 11.
All right, and then we will pop the Echo just outside the Spirit Guardians. And actually, let me make sure I still have stuff. I do still have stuff. Cool, yeah, and I will unleash Incarnation and hit him again.
All right, 32 hits, and you'll do 24 points of slashing damage.
And that's going to end his turn.
Halving 15 to 7. This one is going to use a bonus action to dash. Has a little bit of extra movement, but still is difficult and then back into difficult. So simply is going to press forward with some majority of their movement here. And now is going to attack in the direction of Marius. Alright, this one does not have a keen sword here. Still has the advantage against you, Marius, as you cannot see invisibility. In addition, allied with themselves, they're able to get a sneak attack here against you, regardless of having advantage or not. That strike will hit you. You take 37 points of piercing damage. Now, this strike, being a Silver Darksteel short sword, is not magical. So it does not have keen properties, so it is not a magical weapon. So we're going to have to put 19 back to you here.
Well, that's good.
And then the next attack is a regular short sword. It's not silvered. And the 28 will hit and deals 3 points of piercing from the 7. This engineer here is going to fire off a heavy crossbow. That disadvantage from range is going to be a miss. Tegan, you're up next.
think I'm within range, so I'm just going to shoot the clone that I can see.
Nice.
Okay, 30 is going to hit. Brendan's 500
You
ping
broke it.
coming through here. It's 500 ping. 500 ping. We're getting it. Don't worry, it's coming through.
Yeah.
Right, deal 9 points of force damage. it's chugging, baby.
Do it again.
I don't even know what's going. It's saying complete previous roll, discard previous roll. What the fuck is going on?
Discard previous roll to wipe it through. Because you lagged, right? You lagged
Oh.
and then you tried to do it again, and so it wasn't finishing for the first one, and so it needs to kind of run through. In addition, there's reactions that these NPCs can take. They can't obviously react to this, but it does not declare that, does not recognize that, so it's a menu I get, which allows me to be faster on the draw. You're probably receiving some of that because you're lagging, right? It goes to me and then goes back to you, right? You see what I'm saying? So there's just more lag. Yeah, when you're lagging, you really lag when you're trying to fight these clones here. So 26 is going to hit. You're going to do 7 points of force damage. That's your second bongo blast. And that'll
Nice.
Let's go.
and that'll deal 17 points of force damage.
I think that's gonna be it for now. My turn.
See the Wereth. To arms! Ah! Forms the shield at the ready. Soldiers! You go with me! Fall together! Bashes the shield. Don't let them advance! They're going to fill in gaps and chuck javelins. 21 hits. It's going to be 4 points of piercing damage. Salul is going to ready an action nearby you, Varys. Marius, we now come to you. Quite a lot has happened upon you, stabbing multiple times from these Ukars. You have the one that's invisible in front of you. You saw them kind of disappear, but there's one still here. You're going to Misty Step away.
Yep.
That's fair.
And then I'm not sure how this will work. So I'm on a wall of light. How do I rotate the
Scroll
Mouse
wheel.
wheel.
Mouse wheel.
mouse wheel? Okay. So it says it can be up to 60 feet. I don't want it to be the... Well, actually... Can't fucking
You're-
zoom
yeah.
out anymore.
I
So-
know, right? You did. If you
Yeah.
don't start zoomed out, you
Yeah.
screwed. No. If you want to lay it down, you can lay it down. I think it's just going to be a template with some animation.
Okay.
If not, it'll just be a template. So let's see what it looks like.
Just so I'm not like gonna accidentally hit any of the
Sure.
friendlies. We'll place it right there. That place? Okay. But where I really want is to actually cut through where I just was. So, like from here diagonally down.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so from like where that lamp or whatever thing is, then like down that way. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. The issue is the wall of light has a reflective property, so it's going to try to bounce off of the crystals.
Oh, it does.
which is
Should have
pretty
should
fucking
have just
funny.
said we should do a template.
Let's go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll send this thing into the ether here.
Okay.
And I think we can get it to, because you're just wanting it to be like that only.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you could probably extend it all the way to the edges of the bridge just to make sure there's not a gap.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's
Because
where. Yeah.
it's
I,
six
I
The
just,
issue
I know
is
there was
it's the dwarvish
here.
soldier. Yeah,
well, yeah,
you'll
don't hit the dwarf. But
You'll
yeah.
hit the
yeah,
dwarvish
that's-
soldier, but you can cast it like it'll look like that almost in a way. That's kind of coming out. So
Okay.
okay. Now they have that beautiful drawing.
There's gonna be a
tool there.
lot of active effects going on.
Well, that's a good move because now I can drop hunger and do something else.
Well, see, I wanted to like try to funnel them so they can't just keep like going around, and if they do,
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah, I like it.
That's a smart idea.
and you know, I just got my booty smacked a little bit.
That's
So
true.
what we will do?
You changed what I was gonna do on my turn.
Welcome, buddy. Spellcaster to spellcaster. Fuck your turn.
Well, not Varus.
Oh,
Varus' turn. I was gonna dump my whole lay on hands into you to get you back
Ah.
up to but you're
appreciate it, but
you're safer now, so
yeah. Well, actually, I can
I'll-
still move too, so
I'll do something different.
I'll move just a little further back too.
Michael will hate me, but I'll do something different.
Michael will hate me. Great.
I mean, you got to do
Was
the
rough.
Lucar thing where you
We're
just
up there
cast.
holding the line, and then he was just like, "Nope."
Like, yeah, you know, I think I'm gonna put some light down to hold the line. How about
He said,
that?
Here's a
I'm gonna make
smarter
a
way to
new
do this.
line.
Wait a
He's like,
minute.
fuck that.
Like, I didn't sign up for this.
We
that
improvise,
man drop.
adapt, and overcome. Okay, so just-
Two of his fucking spells in fucking one round. You got one left, right?
I do. Yeah.
I know what Marius does with a clutch spell slot. I'm not worried.
Still gonna hit this soldier. I'll have it come down just a touch.
There you go.
Man, he's a noble tech.
Oh, Steven took the lucky feed. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, he
was
took
talking
lucky.
to me about that.
Yeah.
All right.
Then grow it just slightly. A little more.
That's right. What did I take? Nothing that
Should be
applies. At this particular moment.
170 on the pixels. That's what you're talking. That's what you're talking
Yes. Yeah.
about. Okay.
Perfect.
And then I just flashbanged all my friendlies, but less than
What does
lethal,
that
right,
do?
boys?
Yeah.
Oh, it blinds people if it doesn't hit them.
Oh no, it just did like emits like a ton of light.
It's just
Oh,
super
okay.
bright.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that's why I was
okay.
like it just essentially like lights up to 120 feet, I think, and then dim light an extra 120.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put
It
that
does.
light. I won't do the
Yeah,
light that it's
yeah.
emanating from, because that'll be
We got light everywhere. Yeah,
that's light. I'm gonna drop. I don't think your template does any sort of actual effect, so I'm gonna drop it, and then I'll put concentration back to you, and then
Okay.
we'll have to be mindful. That's what you have.
Yeah.
Here and so when the wall appears, each creature in its area must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, creature takes 48 radiant damage, and it is blinded for 1 minute. On a successful save, it takes half as much damage and isn't blinded. A blinded creature can make a con saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. A creature that ends its turn in the wall's area takes 48 radiant damage. Until the spell's end, you can use an action to launch a beam of radiance from the wall at one creature you can see within 60 feet of it. You will make a ranged spell attack, and on a hit, you'll have to do 48 radiant damage. Whether you hit or miss, reduce the length of the wall by 10 feet.
That's a lot
right.
of shit.
It's a lot of
It is.
shit.
That's
It's a lot
of
light.
shit.
That's all.
Spell.
It's a pretty great spell. All right.
Yeah.
So what we have to do here is we have to get 2 con saves out from 2 Ukars. Because they're actually in it when it's cast, which is where the blinding effect actually happens. So we'll go ahead and get the saving throw out there. That is a natural 1
Oh, nice.
there, and then we will have Constitution save from that one, which is a 22. Your
So crazy.
DC.
That one's a 19.
A natural 1 is a 19.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, God damn, okay. Like, that's just
Holy
lucky right
shit.
there.
Just a
Does he even-
plus 18 to his con save.
Yeah, does he even
Just a
fucking...
casual plus 18.
Wait, what
I
the
can't.
fuck?
I can't make them fail con saves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
They'd have
boys,
to
I figured
roll-
out his con. You're welcome.
They'd have to roll a 1.
I was gonna say that's the only reason why I work for Marius here is that he rolled a 1 because you're still 17, right? Yeah, or 19, whatever.
19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my spell DC is a 20. Like,
They should not be getting a plus 12. Hold on.
Like, wait a minute.
you should not be getting that much.
Shit kind of nutty. I'm not
Like,
gonna
I mean,
lie.
I know he bad, but damn.
I didn't think his clones were that bad. Like that was the
Man,
thing.
Got a anabolic steroids hook up, huh?
Right?
They actually have apparently a relic effect on them from a previous version of the ring.
Oh.
So let me change that. It's still really high, but I was
Yeah,
like,
but-
that is too high.
Dude, that's why I was like, cool. Now
18
what? And
is
I looked at it,
insane.
I'm like, what the fuck?
That
I
was
need-
that was not. Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Guys, I think we made a mistake, guys.
Guys, can we switch sides again?
We get more powerful. Wait a minute.
It's only the
Every time you
clones-
kill one, they get
It's only
stronger.
it's only the clones that have that. Let me see.
Oh, man.
Well, that's because that's all that's left, obviously.
Yeah, I mean the real card is
the
dead.
real card is
Yeah.
gone. Yeah.
Okay, so the Spirit Guardians
Disney
was a
World?
success regardless of the save. And then going to your hunger here. Success regardless, success regardless. Okay, so they've rolled high enough without the benefit there. Let me go and just to make sure, I'll go through their effects just to see if there's anything else that they're getting they shouldn't be getting.
I think it should just be blinded.
Your
'Cause they're
DC
not
is
ending their turn
your
on-
DC is 19.
Yes, and yeah, and they're not obviously ending their turn in there, so. Said, all right,
It's
boys.
blinded
You have, to
and
go
the
through,
48.
you have to go through the arms. You got to go through the spirit guard. And you got to go through the wall. So you really want to do this? Just saying.
Well, you're about to get another taste of it.
I mean, this is
We're
this is
just
when
trying
it's time
to
to
kill
do
my
it.
laptop today.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is,
God.
we're really sieging Brendan more than we're sieging fucking Ukar.
Yeah.
Oh,
Drop
we
all
need
the
more
effects,
effects to go
man.
out. Hold on. Say less,
Yeah.
fam.
I'm gonna fucking bonus action dash and drop a hypnotic pattern over there just to fuck everything.
Just really fucking
On
up.
top of everyone, including your own team.
Just for fun.
Everybody stop fighting!
Stop it.
So
My computer
19.
can't handle this IRL. This fight is fucking over.
We're leaving. Take the old fat bastard. We don't want him.
We don't care.
He actually picks him up and throws him in the lava. He's like, I'm done. We're leaving.
Both are gonna
Go
fail.
Okay.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
They should not be getting that modifier there. So I've calculated what it should be. So we'll see what happens. They might just be broken. I don't think they are though. But you're able to land the wall of light outwards as it extends. Got a cool little effect there. Hopefully.
Oh, yeah, I
And
like
as
it.
you can see, there
Looks sick.
one of the Ukar in not invisibility, right, is caught by the wall of light. Upon that, they are hit by the radiance, and then they are struck with the blinding condition. However, this Ukar, you don't know if they may be able to see and sense through the blindness. So they, even though they're cloaked with the eyes, they seem to be still recognizing, around them of what there could be. How wide or ranging that actually is, right? We don't know. Now, I don't think it reveals invisible creatures, the Wall of Light. When I
Nah,
read the
not
description, it
unless-
has nothing
Yeah,
about that.
it's-
So, which is unfortunate. I would say if I try to modify this, I would say that they're like lit by light. That would be fucking cool. But I guess it
This
allows you to
fifth level
take...
spell can't do it, but Fairy Fire can.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is a 5th level spell. I would rather take that than having the action of sending ripplings out of it, because
Yeah.
lighting and beacons can be very powerful. Anyways, anything else for your turn here, Maris?
That'll be it. I will end it.
Okay. All right, Dwarvish Soldier is going to charge forward in front, looking towards the blinded one, is going to come in with the javelin throw. That is going to be 24, which
Hell
hits. And they're going to do
Get
8
on board.
points of piercing damage. Another javelin. Easily landed. Fire! Natural one.
Natural.
On
That's my
four.
boy.
All right. Well, sorry, Tegan. Lucar is going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Oh.
Rest in peace. Brendan, rest in peace.
Motherfuckers,
Brendan, rest in peace. There's no way your computer's gonna handle whatever's happening right now.
I think I've got a GameCube in the closet. I could probably try to pull up that.
Break out.
Right.
Cool. It has a handle on the back. It's cool, man.
Then that'll end his turn.
Respect it.
Pull up my internet browser and my old 3DS.
On that, dude.
20 hits. We'll deal 7 points of piercing damage. So, we come to Belzar's turn. Thanos, are you riding Belzar?
I mean, if he would let me, yeah, probably. But I was just gonna make sure that I was nearby in case he needed a stone.
What he's asking is, are you about to get dragged into melee range?
I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Thanos with the cross, just like coming in.
So anyway, I short blast.
Anyway,
No, we about to drive by some motherfuckers.
dude, we straight up were like, we're talking about Rainbow Six Siege earlier. Like, all right, so we just have all the barricades and traps placed on that one door. Anybody who walks in just dead. Peeking up, blasting.
More like that.
Like the 34.95. I like that.
It's very precise.
Oh my god.
Bro!
It's seriously, just what is happening over there?
Oh my god, the reflection thing is going crazy. Oh my god! That was not what I was hoping for.
I
Man! God! That's
Guys,
fucking great.
I think my
That's
apartment's on fire.
fucking great.
You actually hear like a loud pop, and then Brendan disconnects. You're like, oh god, wait.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So maybe don't play with reflected wall. That's nuts. Okay, so Belzar effectively can't really breathe their breath without having it reflected everywhere. Man, that's crazy.
That doesn't seem like that's how that should work. Why would it bounce off of walls?
Yeah, lightning bolt I understand, but like breath, yeah, it doesn't really ricochet.
Like, why? And it just bounces back in his face. Like, I'd get it if these crystals were like a magical like shield.
I know.
Or
I also
something.
wanted to get the angle of the breath out, and there's no way that Belzar can get a breath without it being reflected or walled. I wanted to see if they could even breathe at this point to the actual creatures without hitting all of you, and that's actually possible with the cone. So there's no way that Belzar can actually come in and breathe upon them in this position. So what we're going to do is we'll have them come through like that. I think that will probably be able to get the cone out. And I am actually going to screw these walls. I am despising them, so I'm removing them. And
My immersion.
yeah, your immersion. Get out of here.
Damn. God, I forgot how big that is.
Go immerse yourself.
Imagine if that was
That's
actually
what I want.
ricocheting. It'd be the whole map.
Yeah, that's what. Especially off of each of the wall. You guys would got hit like 4 times in the center. Of it.
Yeah. This one in particular is just having a good time, isn't he? He's like Spear Guardians, Wall of Light, Second Spirit Guardians,
Well, now,
Breath.
and then now they're double movement reduced by the
I think they're
spirit.
just dead at this point, but we'll see if they succeed on the deck save.
All right.
Joke's on you. You guys blew all of this shit, and there's a wave of like 12 of them coming.
Yeah,
So
they
I
Most
just
of
want-
this shit is persistent.
So I want
Yeah.
to make
I was
sure
gonna say.
that some of this stuff is accurate, also in the work order, because of certain things it didn't want to target a roll, so that's fine.
All of these effects going on, and the second I try to roll a d20, it's just gonna fucking explode.
blow up.
That's the
Alright.
thing that puts it under.
We'll just have to go
It's-
on break and wait for the
There
roll to
is
show up. and
no
come back.
immunity or resistance to cold damage from the Ukars here. One of the Ukars is going to succeed, which is the one that is blinded here and visible. They're going to half 119 points of damage.
Damn.
And take 60 total, and then the other one is going to fail. They'll take a whole 119 there points of damage. So 120, I should say, there. So as the breath is exploded out of Beldzar, you can see them crushing in to the metallic bridge and like lowering themselves down a little bit the head as they contort over the prismatic crystal of Everlight, and then they begin to breathe that cold breath outwards into the targets that they imagine are there, or at least whatever is through the arms. So the breath is really more aimed in the direction of the arms and sending forth that breath outwards to that. Now, as that happens and Beldzar begins to breathe, there are going to be 2 teleportations that are going to emerge here.
Yeah, son of a bitch.
Here.
We're
Is he-
fucking busy back here now.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, get
So,
ready.
as Beldzar pulls themselves away from the bridge and begins to breathe, sort of towards the end of their turn, which is the end of the round, because Beldzar actually is the last to go here. They rolled pretty poorly. There are 2 Erpips that appear, teleporting on top of the ram figurine statues here, and they are going to enter into the fight.
I'm really glad I stayed back here.
Are you?
Or else you would have got counterspelled to shit, Varys.
I mean, I still might. Like, we have a problem here.
Beldzar is then going to use the rest of their movement speed and flight and begins to kind of land downwards and pull themselves back around and kind of filter through space slightly, and is kind of turning and kind of looks in the direction of the Erpips that have appeared. And they are currently in the air, so we're going to go ahead and give them a little bit of elevation here. It should be right around 45. Sorry, I mistyped. And then there is wall segments up here as well. I'm gonna go ahead and remove those.
Are they
walls.
flying or they're just high up here?
They're not flying. They're just on the figurines up there.
Okay.
I'm also going to move wall segments here because I'm imagining this fight is going to have a lot of flying at this point. I don't think so.
Oh, it looks so cool. See everything.
I'm going to keep some of the walls here, but I'm just going to remove. There's a lot of flying happening, and I don't want things to run into the walls. I think that's going to be really annoying. All right, so we are going to come around to round 2. Thanos, you are on the back of Beldzar. Beldzar did not necessarily have a whole lot of flight here to kind of extend, since they used their breath weapon. They used kind of their entire to pitch themselves, rolling forward and around, and then landing, and then is now kind of walking backwards towards the bridge. What are you doing?
I am going to cast greater invisibility on myself. And then since we got a nice little long rest, I will use my gift for my bonus action. And then we're gonna help the casters here in the back, and I'm gonna take a shot at her bit.
Oh yeah, you have triple advantage, you asshole. I love it.
Ardill's 22 lands into the
Uh,
shoulder. And you can kind of see
will-
it almost like goes through, almost like an illusion-ish appearance here as it kind of extends through. It kind of phases a little bit through them a little bit as they take it.
Huh. Okay. I'm gonna take a shot at the other one.
25 hits, same thing.
That will end my turn.
All right. Two spirit guardians. They're overriding themselves at this point.
Lucar combusts.
I think I only have one spirit guardians from Linnea. I don't think Lucar's went off.
Do you want me
So-
to just roll 3d8?
Yeah, that's fine. What's the ruling? Is two
Attaboy.
spirit guardians allowed?
Attaboy.
Let's see why not. Two spirit
Yeah, I
guardians.
mean, the difficult terrain isn't going to stack, obviously, but the damage would. I wouldn't see why not.
Imagine the spirits are doing like tag team WWE moves in there.
Right, yeah. Off the top rope.
Oh my god, that's the people's elbow!
The people's elbow. Okay, so this clone here is going to rotate slightly around with a bonus action disengage. Does not leave your threat range, Maldor. Then is going to reach into its satchel here and is going to toss out a rune powder satchel.
Concentrate on this, you assholes. Oh boy.
All right, both succeeding here because Meldur, you have the aura.
Protection.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're going to
Oh,
have
gotta work
28
out.
to 14 points of force damage. Shabram Lucar for a concentration,
Cool.
as well as you, Maldor, for the arms. Succeeding both. Also remove the breath here, so that's not another thing we have to deal with in terms of effects. You see as the clone begins to slowly close the eyes. You can keep trying. And you, as the invisibility here is going to end. They are almost emerged from their state. And you will fail. You will succeed down. Sure. In time, you will fail. Varys,
Hold on, watch out behind you.
What's the distance here? 50, 50. Yeah, I can't do that. So we are going to try and make her waste her stuff as much as possible, saving herself. I'm going to cast Sinkhole and try to throw her off the cliff.
Take down the whole damn ram.
We didn't say he was going to save his throne room.
Yeah, we're here to save you, not the room.
Okay. Fails here is going to take 28 points of force damage and is pulled for the center.
And that'll win my turn.
See, as this one charges forward, continues the phalanx, and throws another javelin. 22 hits.
Yeah.
Move
Nice.
forward.
Get him.
Filters in. 12 is a miss. This will be a dash. Have your crossbow. 3 points of piercing. What is up next?
Why not? She will hit him with a guiding bolt.
Damn.
28 hits. They take 13 points of radiance.
It's gonna end her turn.
Okay, Melder, you're up.
All right, we are going to continue trying to do some work here.
Having 20 to 10 from the uncanny dodge. Okay, 25 is going to hit as well. They're going to come to 18. They'll use their secondary uncanny dodge here. And that is not going to allow them to live. They're going to take 9 points of damage and die. Slice
I have
through
gained the
this-
ability to create clones. Remind me to not let them speak.
take through and kind of slice through the gullet there. They take the blast out, sort of pain. They kind of club down into the knees and they look towards you and just smile as they close the eyes and falter down.
All right, as a bonus action, I am going to quicken a spell. I'm going to cast Sending to Bruga. Bruga, we are in the throne room in Eluda. Your pet has become a bit of a problem. If you could assist, it would be much appreciated.
Your pet. I think it's pronounced Erpib, you know.
Okay. Creature will hear it with the mind, and the response comes through very quickly. Bruga does not have pets. I make no claim.
That's going to end his turn. We're going to have to speak to her about this later. We're cleaning up her messes.
Seven hits. Take 9 points of piercing damage. Take it.
Holy shit, something happened. I got some ways of it. Okay. Hold on. How's that Earthbed weapon? Oh, near death? Fuck yeah.
Those bongos real quick, you know.
All right, 27 lands. You send the blast. They're in air. They have yet to drop. Sending one arrow crossbow into them from the Salul. You then fire off a bongo blast that goes through and splinters. They begin to kind of flop, and then it's just a pile of garments, and they begin to slowly dissolve into magical-like little dust pixels.
The other two will go for the one on the left. Tough.
All right. 13 is going to come through here, and that will hit. You do 13 points of force damage.
That's concerning.
It's not her. It's not the roar. This guy.
13 hits as well.
Glad we got those out of the way.
It was 14.
Paris, I don't think it's her.
That's crazy.
It's a
We already
him, but
guard. And I'll give him Bardic Inspiration.
Oh man, wow, holy shit!
Bardic
This is like the second time all campaign.
Miraculous.
I think I would look at Teague and give him a big thumbs up and be like, "I know, buddy, let's do this."
We got no one else to inspire. I guess it'll do for now.
Well, that hurts again. Never mind.
Got hit with the. Well, I guess I can't think of anybody else. Come on over anyway. Whatever.
Yeah. You what? Oh.
Are you activating your gift?
Yes, I will be. And that'll be it for me.
For me.
Okay. Come to this Wereth, forming the phalanx with the other dwarfs. Stand fast, home! There may be more! Continue! They gotta group themselves together, form their phalanx. The others with Saluls are going to turn their attention in terms of crossbow, fire, up in the direction of the ram, where the Urpip is 16 will hit. It'll deal 4 points of piercing damage.
These dwarves are doing work, man.
I just
Had
missed.
to
I
say
spoke
something.
too soon.
Son of a bitch. All right. And what's up, dragon? And then
What's up, dragon?
What's up, boo?
what's up, dragon? I should be in range of that. Oh, yeah, I'm in range of that. Bongo blast.
My own bongo blast.
Oh,
Hey,
holy shit! All right.
Nice.
Nat 20 bongo blast.
Yeah, we don't need to move that one.
It scorches through them, and that will be the death of that illusion as it extends, rips through them. It's going to be the end of combat.
Oh, okay.
There's no way that's it.
Well, I'm gonna immediately start casting Find Greater Steed to break that. I'm able to get it off.
I think if Marius would come and meet Lucar, he would dump his greater hand, lay on hands into him. So
Still dead?
where is it at? Lay
Pop a
on
potion.
hands. It takes 60 points of healing.
Yeah, if you're applying any healing, you can go ahead and manually do it. So
Yeah.
here you have the dwarfs forming their phalanx. Kind of where you all are grouped up in front of them is a strike force. Wall of light still stationary, doing more radiant damage to the clones here. The hunt arms are kind of whirling. That is space you also can't really see through, right? Because it's complete total like darkness, and so you can't really see the gate that is where the map kind of cuts off. And so you're just kind of bracing, getting ready as you tend yourself to your wounds. But there's 3 here. You saw 4. Maybe one fell. Maybe that one is in the wind. And the rest you did not see really upon that dwarven entry hall and coming down the flight of stairs here. So there could be a great deal of time. Perhaps they're not pressing forward any longer. It's unclear. The 2 illusions that were there, as soon as they were there, they quickly had departed. from the attacks you have made. The king at the ready with the tower shield and the hammer did not join the fight necessarily, was braced for anything that would come at them, and looks towards you, Varys. Nicely done. You and your party. Excellent warriors. Steeped with magic.
Yeah. We tend to get shit done.
Ooh.
Is everyone all right back there?
All good back here. How are y'all up there?
All clear for the moment. Watching the door.
Yeah, I'm still
You
keeping that up for the whole 10 minutes, so I'm not dropping that.
If you saw Pip, those were illusions. I'm sure she's using that to get a lay of the throne room. Oh, sorry, it's not Bruga.
I'm not yelling. I'm gonna make my way all the way back.
Okay.
I'm not sitting here yelling across the throat.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm only yelling because I don't want to take some
Yeah,
invisibility
no.
off the door.
Yeah, I don't want to move, so.
Yeah, no, totally. So what's the play? Is there a way to leave here? Or are we just gonna hunker down, defend?
Yeah. I think, honestly, because he is so headstrong, that he's going to keep throwing shit at us until we wear out. But I don't see a better way to defend ourselves. But I don't know. I mean, the whole point was to defend the king. That was Belzar's idea. I could. No, I actually can't. I was gonna say maybe if there's a 10-minute break, I can teleport us all out, but I can't. I don't have that ready.
Okay.
So it looks like we are just defending as long as we can.
And then it's gonna be directed to the king. Is there any other way in this room?
No, the only entrance is there. Rock, stone, and metal. That is what lies. There's nothing else that can reach it.
Okay. Jog on back.
Keegan, perhaps send a sending to Vistar and let him know that we have sided with the king and that we're going to restore the city. And maybe he can start calling off some of the dragoons as he sees them.
Smart.
It's the only thing. I just don't. If the star calls them off, I think Ukar would just kill them all.
I mean, it's either we call them off or they come charging in here looking for a fight and they die to us.
Alright, I'll go ahead and cast Sending and say to Vistar. We sided against Ukar. We are protecting the king. Call off the dragoons if you value their lives. Ukar is the enemy.
Sees the sending, comes back quite quickly. What do you think I am doing?
He said he was going to meet us at the White Rabbit. I'm just saying. Or the Rabbit Ice, whatever.
Do not believe that I am sitting idly by. I am trying to rein in the emotions from all of the dragoons as they have felt the oppression of Clan Gilgal. They run wild in the streets. It is what triggers the violence. I am trying to bring peace. I think that's less than 25. That was a lot. I was counting by the last.
It's right in there. Yeah.
It's okay. He's going through a lot right now. He can get a couple extra words. I'm sure the weave will be okay with it.
Yeah,
even,
the
if
weave-
it, even if it cut off, we probably got the message.
I just say he's fucking pissed. He already knew. That could have been a counterspell. That's all I'm gonna say.
I was just trying to prevent us from killing innocents, so just saying. I'm a fault.
From what he thinks is if the ones that haven't already been called off, there's no ability to call them off. So casualties are casualties, I guess. If they want to walk into a buzzsaw, natural selection.
Fantastic. All right.
I suppose at some point we need to scout the room outside and see if it's still inhabited with combatants or if it's empty down to what the case is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can do it in 10 minutes.
I'm afraid that there will be an ambush if
waiting.
we walk out. Yeah.
There's still Blood Knight corpses in this room.
No, there's no Blood Knights that were in here. The
Outside the room.
the king had stated that the Blood Knights were attacking anything and everything. They were not
Yeah.
calling friend or foe. So they really pulled back into this room here where there wasn't Blood Knights. They shut the door and they locked it, and then they've been here ever since. They did not make any attempt to try to push through the Blood Knights with the limited forces that they had. They would not risk the king's life like that. And now the Blood Knights, after most likely slaying Dwarvish soldiers, they then were attacked by Ugar's clones, and then they've been fighting them ever since, allowing them as casualties rather than the Dwarf people and the Dwarf soldiers in here in the Stone Council. Remember how we got to this point. There was no chance for them to refortify the royal steps. They could not pull back quick enough to try to get into any sort of defensible position. So the keep here is only defended by a small regiment, not even a regiment, but a squad of dwarves. You don't also see any sort of palace guard or like house guard to the king. And remember we talked about Beldar speaking of hostages and things that happen in Ravsha. Most likely those were dispatched upon Clan Stonefist taking control. The king just doesn't have any private guard at this point. It's just simply relying on their own steel and metal. You wait for a time, holding the phalanx of the soldiers in front of you as well as your spells. 10 minutes is going to pass by here. And that is going to remove most, if not all, I believe, of the spell effects that everyone currently has. Even the greater invisibility, I think, ends after 1 minute. Or is it 1 hour?
It's a minute.
Yeah, it's a minute.
So
I don't think I
that'll
get anything for it being upcasted at all.
That'll be over there as well. And then the poison tipped will be over as well.
That means I get my boy, right?
Step,
Yeah.
bro.
You want Tartuga? You want your step back?
Fucking step, bro.
Let me make sure that the step bro is full health. Yeah. Good to go to pop out.
Christ.
You look through now that the arms are gone. You see nothing. You don't see any clones down the stretch of this bridge. Staring into the distance of the hundreds of feet to where the steps reach upwards and where the cross bridge is in between. No movement. Nothing.
So the entryway into the other room we came through, that's out at a distance. Can we see that? Does it like we have to go open a door to see out there? Or?
No. So the doors themselves are destroyed. Right at the edge of this, roughly about 10 feet or so, as I was trying to describe, that's where the doors are destroyed and opened.
Right.
There's no way of actually shutting those doors right now, since they were attacked. Around the doors on either side are going to be dead Ugar clones, and Blood Knights, and Dwarvish soldiers. So there was a quick strike that has already occurred. And you have a trickling of the clones that were kind of dealing with other things before they eventually pressed forward. So you actually here can see the entire stretch all the way to where the steps descended down to reach this subterranean level. You can see the cross bridge. There is no fighting. There's nothing. You see the bodies of the Blood Knights that stood and were fighting against the clones. They're gone. They're dead.
I suppose we're as secure as we're going to be for the moment. We'll start moving back.
All right.
I am Mastrok Sadiq Flintstring. See as this one holds the staff and looks towards you. House Master of Weave, Ulog, here within the City of Stone. What could
Nice
you
to meet
tell
you.
me about the goblins, the illusions?
All right.
As far as I know, are you asking to know about the main body, right?
Just want to know about the magic that they wield.
I suppose I know Erpip is an illusionist. I have seen them cast teleport a bunch. They've casted chain lightning. So that they have a pretty incredible mastery of the weave. But I don't know much about those illusions. That's the first time I've seen them.
King, if I may, does not seem that they will let up. They are merely waiting. Could starve us out. Unless the Dragoons are able to turn sides and join forces with the remnants of Clan Gilgal. They may just wait for us to be here. And if this mage has the powers this one says, there's nothing stopping them from simply teleporting into here with many of those orcs at the ready. Steam will be a death trap. We would sentence you to nothing but death. Nothing.
Is there somewhere Velzar could take you guys?
If we can protect the council and the king, we can try to stop Ukar the best we can here. As long as we can take them to a place where Ukar can't get to for the moment,
I mean,
we can drive him away from the city the best we can.
I
What
don't
if we
know.
were to teach them the teleportation circle to our council chamber? Or the
Send him to
Glenmark?
Fate Haven.
Yes.
Well, that was also something I was going to say. What if we asked the Fate Haven soldiers and Bruga to bring them here?
The king
I don't-
waves the hands. And you would simply bring the fight to Fate Haven. Or could be relentless. As well as that goblin. Disastrous illusions. Quickly overtake the city as far as some of the messengers that were able to reach the space before they perish there at the door. You see as they pull the beard. What we need is a distraction. Something for them to believe that I am one way, but not there.
I have a terrible idea.
Belzer speaks
What
over you.
if-
I have a better idea.
Then you speak first then.
As they take flight, they crash down the steps between some of the dwarvish engineers as you're still mounted as they land down. King, Gilvor, fight ahead for these adventurers. There lies elsewhere. We aim to protect you, so you could lead your people. I did not want to see another clan lost. Your city, Ravsha. You must return with your armies and to defeat Clan Stonefist. You must reclaim your home, so that way you can continue to lead your dwarves and your people. I would suggest that you all, towards you as a party, we will fly away from here. We will protect ourselves against what might come. But in the air, it cannot strike us. I am too quick. I am too fast into the clouds. We will soar. without the brass dragons to pursue. In their weakened state, they cannot keep up, nor can they attempt it. We can pretend that the king is with us, that we are bringing the king to safety, but really the king is in Fatehaven, or waiting to return back here when it is safe.
And that goes hand in hand with what I was actually going to suggest is with the stones, we can change shape into some of the fine council members here, and I'll actually use the silver stone to transform myself to look like the king.
So much of it. Saturn, what do you make of it? The plan has reason, I suppose. As best as the chances you have to survive. If we merely teleport you out of here and there is no observations from our enemy that you have departed elsewhere, they will assume that you are with these adventurers, and they seem to make home at this Fatehaven. You will only put your city and whatever place you have home in jeopardy. Something I don't want. You are able to make a distraction, for them to believe you're away. Maybe it is for the best to flee, fight another day. They grumble.
I mean, even if they were to come for Fatehaven does have the island, the warriors of the Mark. They are more prepared to fight enemies like this, and
You are not a king.
Ah.
Listen. My life is not any more valuable than the lives of these knights. These people from offshore land came to here, this continent. I had to join in your banner, fight on your cause. That's not my cause. You should not be put into some sort of servitude to fight for my people. I'm the one who fights for my people.
Except for the fact that his people came here to help us return Ismar and protect those that are left in Fort Farron and Othema from anything that may happen. So it is
No,
the
no.
same goal.
It is imperative. We need you to call off any soldiers that you have heading for the pass. Send a messenger, whatever you could do.
Well, of course. As soon as this is over, I'll do what I can to regain communications with my Favratin and speak to them to lay down their arms and retreat back to the city of stone and to the Azadvars. Most likely the one on the road, the rail to Ravshir. We may retake our home. I am already without remorse. I've moved past that. I am angry now, and stricken with grief, as I believe that my wife and children most likely are gone from this world. I need to retake my home and give my people some semblance of self, and rebuild whatever Clan Stonefist has ravaged upon my city. Politics. This is what I stress. It is a plague upon a king. I am a warrior. Have been. Fighting in the depths of our minds, and in the in-between. Against Clan Stonefist and others that have pulled themselves away from their own homes and seeking the glories and riches of Clan Gilgal. I lost many brothers and sisters. And then I was elected to rule amongst the people, as well as carrying the family name and the house name of Gilgal. You've done me a service. You have spared my life in front of these illusions and duplicates of this orc. But you are not in service and slave to my rulership. I will not tell you what to do. I will not command you to do something that you should not, but I will ill-advise you against it. I only seek to ask you for shelter and safe haven in Fatehaven. for a mere moment or two to regain communications with the Favarton. And
That is
then,
wise. You will also find members of your ranks who had left have made a home there. Many of them may wish to rejoin you in the effort to retake your home city.
good. And I will seek them. And then, once communication has been reestablished, I will leave. And I will not have risk of what happened to this city upon yours. We keep moving.
Thanos with the rain.
Go ahead.
I would just say Thanos, would the Rangers be able to assist him in establishing communications just to make things more streamlined?
Well, you see, one of your Faverton I happen to be in communication with as we speak, Rikar Strongbrow at Fort Flatminer.
How
Solid.
does that work?
Nice name drop there. I love it.
Somebody took notes.
I mean, he might be we better know who he is.
He probably does, seeing as how he's the one he trusted to go take the fort and protect the pass, which is their striking point.
Commander Rykar Strongbrow, Faverton, that of the Third Iron Rock. I know of them. They are some friend of yours now.
In a manner of speaking, we came to an agreement. He believed that we would see your way by the end of this, and I guess in a way he was right.
You can get word. That is a start.
I will tell him to begin to prepare the troops to be able to leave when you arrive, and we can arrange horses in Fate Haven for you. I will have my rangers escort you to the fort. They're pretty adept at disguising themselves, so they should be able to get you there without notice.
Travel for a king on the road. It's been a long time. We can speak more of the plan later. But again, don't want you to get involved more than you have to. I'm more than able to reconnect with my Faverton, the Third Iron Rock myself.
Fair enough. Seems that we are all in agreement then.
So, Stone Council. You run the risk of whatever has befell. Ye upon yourselves, or after me, but they could be after you. It's your choice if you wish to arrive at Fate Haven with me for sanctuary.
I believe that Ukar is only after your head, King, so the Stone Council, wherever they reside, I don't believe are under any threat of being attacked.
Well,
No threat of being attacked, but interrogated is possible.
true.
They know of the plan, they are
As
here.
welcome as you.
Is there minding their business, listening intently, standing next to the thrones. They begin to pull themselves downwards. They stare. See is this human with a reddish silver gown, has a little bit of a fur coat over the shoulders of white, blondish hair put down into a braid. They are going to slowly curtsy down. Lady Cora Rusk will gladly accept the invitation. It is much better than here. I do not want to take any chances. It has been a long time, and I would rather not feel like I am a captive. Maybe there I will not feel as such. Back to me, Frostrock here. How's Frostrock? Got ale there in that city you got? Sure you got it. Yeah. Free?
We have one of the best ale houses in the Northern Frosthorn.
Are you drunk?
Nope. Not drunk.
It's
I
like,
slowly begin to pull out a flask.
Inside check. No, you don't need one. It's obvious.
What do you think they're doing in here? They've been waiting here for like. How many things? Of course, this guy's getting drunk. He's gonna fucking die. He's got no
Yeah.
weapons, no armor. He's fucking smashed right now.
You don't need an inside check. That dude's drunk as hell.
how do you expect to remember your death? If you're
I
drunk?
don't need to remember my death. I don't even need to feel it. The afterlife, I'll go. Merely an accountant of sorts here in the council. Oversee many of the guild operations, just as overhead, taxes, whatnot.
Well, maybe you should hold yourself accountable. You have a problem.
The hell do I need to... Shut up! Don't shut up. Yes, I have a problem. Save me.
Is this really the time for this conversation?
Yes. So he is coming with us because we have ale. I know the perfect ale house for you. You'll be fine. I promise.
All right. Well, how
He
do
sees
you all
the orc
plan to
steps
get
forward
yourselves over there?
The orc steps forward. Ukar is relentless. I will stay. Sees the king turns. You know of this orc. I do. I have known Ukar of my life. Didn't mean to speak anything of it, King. I did not want to draw any sort of suspicions. It's put to the council. As a diplomat between the Orcish people and the city of Stone. You've had no use of it. I have not known the dealings. I did not know what was at stake. I will stay and accept my fate from the Orcish people. I will tell them the story that you were fled on Belzer, aimed for no land. There is no interrogation that I cannot survive. Lavina.
Okay, but the thing is that allies of Ukar have access to a serum that forces you to tell the truth. So I don't know how well your resolve is gonna be against that. I appreciate your vigor, and I bet you wouldn't talk, but they have means to get it out of you, regardless of your own conviction.
Your best to put the blade to me now.
That seems excessive. For what it's worth, we believe the real Ukar has been defeated. As such, regardless of how many clones he has, his claim to leadership over all the Orc clans is forfeit under my eyes. They may need someone to step up as a leader.
I'm sure one will come from the warfaring traditions.
Perhaps. His goal was to create a city that would be home to dwarf and orc alike. It was a noble goal. It was only his means of accomplishing it we had disagreed with.
Grand plan. Sacrifice. Well, will not stop unless he knows the plan will not yield the result. If the Orc are in tribulation, Ugal will not pursue you.
It seems the word of his defeat might be enough to unsettle his claim over all the tribes. That would hamper his plans significantly.
Indeed. I have friends still within the tribes. Mainly Whitebreak. I would suggest to use me as a martyr. King looks. No one is dying! Under the
It does seem
rule,
excessive.
I relinquish any presiding over this council or this city. Fate of your own is yourselves. Martyrdom. Valarash, what are you speaking of? Killing yourself? For what cause?
I think he's got a problem.
The orc looks, stares intently. I have lived a past, King. That is all you need to know. As they stare and they look into each of you. Sniff in the nostril.
If
Fold
he
the
wishes to
arms.
atone.
Go ahead.
If he wishes to atone for whatever he believes he has done wrong, keeping the secret of Ukar, whatever it may be, we don't have time to debate that. As you said, it is his choice now. I believe you should begin prepping to leave.
How are we to get out of here? To Fate Haven. Tell me, mages. You see as Sadig looks towards you, Varys. Teleportation is not in my wheelhouse at the present moment. Do not suspect it is necessary.
I feel like that should always be prepared as the envoy to a king with only one entrance to the throne. Whatever, it's not my kingdom.
Well, I can cast a circle. It will take 10 minutes.
Time. Someone should probably call ahead and let them know we're sending people.
Yeah, I will let Elmar get the council. Well, Yeah.
Well, protect me then, and I will get down on one knee and start inscribing the teleportation circle into the floor.
Okay.
and I will follow through with all of my promises to reach out to Rikar and Elmar and tell Elmar to get the council and the visitors are arriving and they must be treated with respect, but also don't make a big showing. And that the king needs to be escorted to Fort Flatminer in disguise.
Okay. Private VIPs. Not
Yes.
disclose they're there. No grand parade, no celebration, nothing. Okay. Sadig is going to help you with the teleportation circle.
Alright, that glyph there, this glyph here, and I'll hold up the chalk and say, when y'all are ready, come stand by the circle. It needs to be quick.
He walks down the stairs and looks at you, Maldor. To your victories, your battles.
May you have many more.
I'm sure. I only have a few left.
Make them good.
Of course. Make the best of them. How do I? Yes. Grumbles and moves.
All right.
Looks towards
And
it,
I-
confused.
Just go stand behind your mage. He will lead you through.
They all begin to walk into the teleportation circle.
Yep.
Teleporting themselves away. The direction of Fate Haven, where you wrote the circle to. Now, one of the comments, Mallory, made of Sadig not having teleportation available. Sadig did not have teleportation available because the king that presides over them, they are not service to that king, they are in service to the council. And simply not a spell that they were prepared to have this day. Maybe they did have it prepared, they just decided not to use it. You know.
Maybe he's just waiting to assassinate the king.
Fayehaven's not the place to do that, man.
Yeah, that would not end well.
With Bruga there? Yeah, that would.
Your passive insight, they seem to be slightly, would say confused and bewildered of the situation. They kept up the sort of conversation, and it seemed truthful in their appearances when they said they just didn't have teleportation available.
He could also not be strong enough.
Mastrek is a highest rank that you can have in the Ruglark, and they are the master of the House of Weave in the actual city.
Then that makes no sense at all. You should keep that on you all the time.
He's just being lazy and making you
It
do
is
it.
Honestly,
most
surprised you all did not recognize that, but over your
It
heads.
is
I
the
suppose.
most
That's why Maldor was like, that seems
Yeah.
fucking dumb.
No one even questioned it.
Well, I mean, it just didn't feel worth it to me. I was like,
I mean, he's in a
well,
political
I
position.
don't have teleportation ready. Why not? Like, this is gonna be a pointless conversation.
Yeah.
I was trying to cut all that conversation down to a minimum.
But I should talk to the Knights of the Mark. Tell them to keep their eye on that mage.
Bro, if we just teleported the fucking council away just for them to turn on him, I'm just.
Well,
done.
that was his destiny at that point. We did what we could.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about is if we should go back to Fate Haven as well.
Well, part of the
No.
plan requires us leaving to make it look like he left.
Yeah,
with us.
I'm saying once we do
Oh,
that.
after that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I
where are we
mean-
headed next? We're headed to
We'd either go there or the Crystal,
Crystal
Desert.
Desert. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
Yeah,
if
that's
Uthar is
forward.
going to be hunting us, it probably makes sense to go to the desert.
To not go back to Fate Haven, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we do it surreptitiously.
If I did it on my own.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, individuals could go back. We just probably shouldn't all make our presence known there.
Or we go back to Ukar's camp and stake claims to the armies.
What's our
We
speech?
do have his dagger.
I have a
Now
place. We can go. It's been a long time since I have been there. I'm looking towards all of you. It's a perfect place. No one will know we're there.
Works for me.
I'm gonna insight check him to see if he's leading us into a trap.
Ooh.
We're
Wow.
Wow.
we're trusting Belzer to flip on Ukar, but then we're not trusting him to
But
say
not
he's got a
us.
hideout.
I don't
Oh,
know.
I was gonna
Okay.
say, it's
Okay.
just Belzar's
I thought it was
lair.
before.
And
I thought it
all
was
we got-
before.
Is it because of
No,
his race?
no,
Is it because of his
Belzar.
race being there?
Belzar
This
is
is
going to take us to
this
his
is
lair.
Belarash. This is Belarash.
Okay, my bad.
Belzar said that they have a place that they know of that they can hide out of.
No.
You're it might be
trust
hinting
I
that
trust
it's a
Belzar.
lair, right?
Yeah.
But remember, Belzar said they didn't have a lair, right? But they obviously lived somewhere and they did stuff, so they might be hinting at
Yeah.
that. Now, as far as Balarash is concerned, Belarash is going to begin to kind of walk past you all and is going to aim for the bodies of the Ukar clones here and is going to begin to pick up their weaponry.
Oh hell yeah!
I knew I liked him.
All right, Belzar. One thing though, Are they gonna wait? Because if who has completed stones? Is it just me, Tegan, and Thanos?
Yeah.
Okay, well, because if we're trying to keep up this facade, we need to shape change into members of the Stone Council.
That's only if they can see you. I move fast. They might not be able to see you upon my back. At least some of you.
Let's do
Probably
it as a
just-
precaution. Maybe one of us turns into the king, one of us turns into the master mage,
Of course.
one of us turns into the orc.
And whoever's the king needs to be in vision. They need to perceive you to know you are on my back.
Yeah, that should be the most obvious. Also, should we attempt to retrieve the brass dragons before we leave? We did.
I
not
mean,
kill
we
them
have the
intentionally.
stone. We can summon them regardless.
I mean, I have
Put
my
him
that
in a
would-
stone.
Pokeball or something. Like how?
Yeah, that would raise more red flags than anything, I think.
I'm just uncertain as to what they may choose to do if left to their own devices at this point.
I could, when they wake up, I could command them to come there.
Sure.
No,
Okay.
you will
Well,
not.
I would rather they join us of their own free will, but I do not want them to go back into the service of Ukar.
They need to be
Right.
free.
Precisely.
Allow them to make that choice.
That's true.
Okay.
Without the stone, he can't force them to do it.
That's also true. We don't know if they were willingly with him or not, really.
True.
I just don't. I don't know. It feels weird that a metallic dragon would work with someone like Ukar, who's so morally grey.
They were young, they were probably easily manipulated into this belief of this grandeur plan that was for the best.
And he could very well have been controlling them for all we know.
That as well.
Well, I feel like we should not waste any more time, and I will shape change into the king.
Okay.
Of course, pretty boy Prince wants to be the king. I'll shape
Mhm.
change. Good. The wizard.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to be the king?
No, it's fine, Varys. Don't worry about it.
I'll shape change into Tegan. No, it's fine, Varys. It's all good.
We do not have time for this.
No.
I
I'll
will
delete them.
smile and shape change back into the king.
I don't know. I thought that was funny. It's okay. Make my way to Beltar.
Tegan, you may want to get rid
Yeah.
of Step Bro, though.
Tartugan, first of all, I'm sorry. And thank you. You saved me. But our reunion will have to continue at a later date.
But step, bro. I only just came back.
I know.
Felt you. I will miss you.
I will miss you too. Goodbye. I'll walk over to Belsar and dismiss him.
See, as you begin to dismiss him, don't get stuck in any washing machines while I'm. and they
Oh,
all right, all right,
say-
all right.
Oh, no.
Got him!
I hate this
Beltar's
character.
lair
Tegan,
might
it's
be a
all your
laundromat.
fault. Why are we like this?
I don't know, because we can't. Let's be honest. All right.
Not.
He's
turn that
Going
down.
on a Disney magic trip, man.
Did we win? What happened?
All right.
Roll
So-
credits.
You get on the back of Beldar, you can see Belarash equipping the items of the Ukar clones as they brace themselves. They take a last breath and they hold the blade upwards. They touch it to their forehead, they lower themselves down, perhaps to atone for the sins of their past, or give you a little bit of a chance of continuing the story, maybe just sacrificing themselves, right? A martyrdom. They mentioned something that they might have allies still within the actual clan, the tribes of the orcs. And if they see Belaresh dead, maybe that'll trigger some more fight on behalf, or more fight against an Ukar becoming of a leadership. So as you mount Beldar, you begin to fly, and you can see the destruction as you leave the Granite Keep of the numerous amounts of dead bodies of the clan soldiers within the courtyard, as well as the walls. You can see there are Ukar clones that are continuing to fight some of the Dwarvish soldiers, and there's few inside of the courtyard. They are going to see you as you begin to depart, and they just simply stare in unison upwards. And on some of the towers, you are able to see is an Urpip that begins to stand and look towards all of you. And then behind them, you see another creature that looks like Urpip, but is not Urpip. More like a Brugha. They are conversing between themselves. You simply begin to fly away. Beldar, as I had stated, is extremely fast. You begin to soar into the clouds. Cold and bitter the clouds are. You huddle against the scales for slight warmth, but there is not any warmth that comes of this dragon. This dragon lives and breathes in the cold. And so as you begin to fly and accelerate upwards, you are leaving the sights of what is below gone. It is only clouds. And you are soaring upon Beldar in a direction that you feel very strongly is to the southeast of this land.
Bill, I know. I always know.
All right.
Varys
As we're
falls
gonna
off
go
the
and-
dragon.
We're gonna go ahead and take our break. So we'll take a 10-minute break now. We'll come back at about 1:50ish p.m. PST. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it, and we will be right back. See you in a bit. Bye.
Right, chat.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us as we get going with the Ill-Fated to finish this out for the next hour. So we are in flight here. We are heading from the direction of the City of Stone, and you're taking a southeastern direction from the City of Stone. We're gonna drop the backpack down here. Get the nice little backpack onto the continent map here. So I'll pull you over here. So Beldar is not going to be taking a whole lot of breaks. You're simply going to continue on flight on the back of this dragon for a number of hours into the dead of night is what you're coming to. And this dragon, in terms of how quickly it flies, is so fast. It is going to traverse hundreds upon hundreds of miles in these hours. It is a dragon, of course, that is immortal. So it is becoming fatigued as it's flying. And it is not wanting to lower itself down into any of the region of Ismar here, actually. So it is taking you in dramatic fashion, seems to be heading in a direction of southeast, and like my background suggests, it is taking you towards the Isle of Palm.
That is interesting.
Well, that's where
That
he was
is-
born. We learned that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Mhm. Or where he was found, yeah.
Or like Horan found him there or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd ever go there. Like, I remember looking at this continent map and being like, yeah, we'll probably never get there.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
To be fair, I never think we're going to get to most places.
So as you cross and land, you're landing on what's referred to as the Leaflet Isles. It's from the Lavster Mountains on the north side of the continent. That is where Ismar is separated from the Crystal Desert. That actually, the volcanic activity will push in the direction of the Isle of Palm. So you talk about why the isle exists. It's actually because of the volcanic plates. And so these are the isles that actually exist between the mountain range and the Isle of Palm that dot and kind of scatter across, that referred to as the Leaflet Isles, because it almost resembles the leaves of a palm tree as they're kind of moving and shimmying through in terms of the wind. How they look almost like creating these leaflets of palm. Now, you've landed. You've picked just a random island here. And Beldar is incredibly fatigued. This is as far as they could possibly go without tiring themselves further and further. And it's also a safe place. You've gone off of the mainland. You are, in terms of the sea and the ocean, you are in the Sea of Torment, as well as the Sea of Alavar, as it's kind of cascading together, which creates two opposing forces, which means very calm and easy seas here. In the darkness, you can't see anything else around you except for a faint light of torches that emanate from boats that come from Witten Bay and are sailing outwards. The important note here to understand, we mentioned there was a Talthar blockade, right, in Cedric Bay. That is only one part of the continent. Talthars don't have a powerful navy. They have a very small navy. They don't have anything that resembles perhaps the rest of the world in that magnitude of other greater power, of other matching or greater powers. So the city of Lucere and their port is open. That is not a port that is closed off. Now, it is not a very large port by any means, but there are still traders and ships that are able to go there. And you have to imagine, why would I ever want to go into the Crystal Desert, right? That is a place that might not be wanting to go if you are just a regular traveler. And so wrap our heads around, people that go to Lucere generally stay in Lucere. They don't really go anywhere else outside of that place. It might be what you refer to as a stopping point. Sailors and travelers to resupply, have some shore leave, rest before they take off again and travel elsewhere. Because in the Crystal Desert, monsters of a gargantuan sort, plus, exist and roam. So it's not just a place you can, I'm going to go chill and explore without running into harm's way. And there are very few people in the world that are able to manage moving through the Crystal Desert without harm. So we picked this Leafly Island just to land. Beldar is going to change shape into their humanoid form, which represents as that slight wood elvish appearance. They are then going to sit there, kick their shoes off, take their socks off, push them into the sand of the shore, and they just curl themselves back. And they look like they're achieving some level of peace. It's been so long. I felt sand in my toes. Can't fly anymore tonight. I'm sure you all want to rest too. Riding on the back of me can't be that comfortable.
Better than that time we were in Tresgall's mouth.
Yeah.
Tegan, go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh God.
Oh fuck.
13.
No.
Not only do you stare, and you can see some bioluminescent fin of a dorsal from a firefish begin to pull itself off of the eastern shore 300 feet. But you also see in a small little shack here, lean-to, is a fishing rod.
Don't
You
fall
mu-
for it. It's DM bait.
You motherfucker.
Remember, I can make you a Beskar fishing rod. Don't fall for it.
This is my shot at redemption. I grabbed the fishing rod. I cast it out as far as I possibly can.
Okay. Grab the fishing rod and throw in a lure, maybe some bait. You just give it a good old chuck as far and as good as you can. Either a flat dex or strength check, your choice.
Hold on.
Oh,
20. Fantastic. You get it thrown out there. It lands and splashes. You begin to fish.
I want to try to get it within the range of 200 feet.
200 feet with a fishing rod? My goodness.
Somewhere just as far as I can, but not past 200 feet.
Sure. Throw it out there. Direction of the firefish off east?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Lands of the plow. Finch. Perhaps. Who knows?
I
I
am
think
tentatively waiting with one hand on the rod. I'm like sitting with the rod in between my legs, one hand on the rod and the other one on my bongos, and I'm just waiting.
while he's doing that, I'm gonna collect a bunch of firewood, and then
Yeah, I was gonna do
using
it too.
using prestidigitation now light it up, and then after that is done, I would put up the tiny hut and kind of just chill out, start to digest what just happened. And I'll
Nice.
just look. I'll look at everybody and be like, "You're welcome to stay in the hut. It can fit up to 9 people. It might be a tight squeeze, though. It's up to you."
Give Beldar a good old pat on the back.
Oh, for what?
For the ride.
I feel like I should be thanking all of you. More
Good
so
team
than you're
effort.
thanking me. Team effort. I've been part of a team for a long time. Not since Horan and I soared across the skies.
We'll get him back.
Well,
Dude,
he is
you
our
would like-
next stop if you would like to travel with us.
Yeah. Got nothing else going for me.
And if you'd like to be part of a team, we are known as the Ill-Fated, so... You can be one of us.
I don't think I need to be one of you. I think I just need to be me. But I'll join you. You catching anything over there? Towards you, Tegan.
You're gonna scare it away. My one chance.
Hey, Tegan, you know there's a better way to catch that fish with your stone, right? You
This isn't
just
about
turn
a
into
fish.
a giant shark and go
This
catch
isn't
the
about
fish.
a fish, Thanos.
Fuck,
Gotta
I was
respect
trying to
the
be
craft.
helpful.
Right.
The sportsmanship of it.
I
was
would
trying to
say,
help.
before I go to bed, I would like to take out the Reckoning Codex, and along with the use of comprehend languages, I want to see if I can decipher any of it.
Okay. You'll make an
but that was
intelligence
from
check.
the boat.
Yeah.
That's right. Forgotten about
And
that.
I was
an
confused about that
intelligence
too.
check, you said?
Yeah, intelligence check.
I'm just gonna try with my time stuff to just burn them until they get like a really high roll. So an 11.
16.
That would be a 17.
Yeah, 17.
I'll try again. That'll work.
Okay. The codex, I'm not going to go through particular names unless they're a little bit more paramount here. This is speaking of entitled as a weaver. There is hierarchy within the reckoning, it seems. They're mentioning the person that is given this order through this is a weaver. So whoever was on the boat was that title. That's what they were given. Okay. Speaks of the Red Boulder. Speaks of serving in position to the captain. That was already presented for us. It also speaks to rendezvous with a Basin Menno. Spelled like that. And this order is given by okay, that crashed. That's fine. I'll have to refresh. Archmage Zelvar Eridanis. That came through.
Did I crash you when I unequipped the boots? So that was interesting timing.
I don't know. I was like cycling through certain things and the light got super glitched, so
yeah, I unattuned to the boots of striding and springing, and right as that happened, you were like,
it's possible, maybe. I don't know. It's tough to say because I wonder if it's triggered by this fire animation here for me. Let me see if I can. I think it put it down as an actor, not a tile, which is why it's fault right now. Because that's that. Ah, there we go. That's better. I was like kind of lagging with it being an actor, so I should be fair there. So the order is given to this weaver in the Codex by an Archmage Zelvar Adonis from the Reckoning. And it speaks that they are to meet with Abasin Menno in the town of Paylene, rendezvous with them, receive further instructions to serve on the Red Boulder for the captain, and follow through with what they request. That is all that is in here. But the Codex is only giving you an opening to get the actual the knowledge of this. Your intelligence check is to use the Codex at all, just using it, right? And then that is going to give you the information through the clippings, and that's what the information you're able to get out of it. You feel quite confident that this is pretty much all there is here. It is a secret cryptic, non-cryptic message. It is an order, an instruction, and it's direct. There's very little language here.
Did I see what that mage looked like before we left?
Yeah, I mean, you would. Yeah.
Yeah, like in case I wanted to like
Should look
do
at
the
their body.
meetup and like impersonate him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you probably saw them. Yeah, feel confident. They didn't state their name here. They just referred to them as Weaver.
Mm-hmm. It speaks that they should meet up with Bazaminu in the town of what?
Paylene.
Paylene.
That's
Get
that's the Bay town on the south side of
instructions.
Cedric Bay.
Yeah. And that was it.
That's the town the Denkosh are stationed out of, correct?
Correct.
I think I would share that with everybody.
Okay.
Aren't we at a ceasefire with the mages? I
Technically.
thought that was the whole thing. We're like, you don't fuck with us, we don't fuck with you.
That's where you're at right
Yeah.
now.
I was just
When you just
curious,
killed one
maybe-
of their mages.
We did not. That was somebody else.
Who's down with your party?
that was
No.
no, that was
It was a chain line. It was a chain lightning because I was very upset
That's-
that it happened.
That's not what they're doing to tell people, though. But no one's gonna know now, right? Because everyone's
Yeah, who's gonna
everyone's
tell?
dead.
I
Exactly.
mean, his body's overboard, so
Exactly. So anything that would have been told to lie, right? They're all dead. No one needs to know.
The other thing is, I didn't think about this.
Yeah, I was more hoping that maybe Damodar had given instructions on like when to meet up and what to do next, but unfortunately that does not seem to be the case. We did get a name though, so do I know? Would I have ever heard of Zevlar Adonis or Aradonis?
Now, guess your check.
he's a wizard of old. I'm kidding.
Come on, Breen.
Oh my god! Can you imagine? It's a wizard of old. My god.
All we run into now is just wizards of olds and dragons.
I'm actually secretly Magello. You guys just don't know this yet.
That would explain why you're 3,000 years old.
Well, that's the other thing is like, should we? I mean, I feel like we haven't tried to pursue Magello in this whole thing in a while, and after everything that happened with the Tinker, it might be worth having a conversation with him.
Well, last
Well-
we knew, he was in the Elder, which is now a crater.
Yes, which is, I presumed that he was with the king and he is the one that is covering their tracks, which is what's making it so hard for everyone to find them, but it's also what's causing the battle marks that the elves have been finding.
Yeah, I'm
Or-
also
I
really,
mean,
I'm also
I could
really
also.
curious
Go
to
ahead.
if he would even want to meet with us. Like, it seems like we would be natural allies, but he hasn't made a big effort to meet
Well,
us.
because he's got this predisposition, the same as Damodar, that what happens is meant to happen. You know, like if we're meant to do something and see him or meet with him, it's just gonna happen. There's nothing that he can do to reach out to us. You know, and he can't
Oh.
find us the same way as Damodar can. So
Well, to that effect, forgot to inform you guys, the king is in the Crystal Desert somewhere. Last update. So there's a good chance we run into Magello.
should I just throw a sending out to him to see? I mean,
Do you remember what
look,
Magello looks like?
old dude, white hair, wizard stuff.
Yeah, but that's not the same Magello.
Yes. We haven't actually met the Magello that everyone talks about being the advisor to the king. I mean, I guess you could try sending it to the old dude, but I presume he's like one of us, as Damodar was at one point.
So if he's
also,
not here right now, I go to the one that is here.
yeah, I mean, you could try. I'm just
Alright.
giving you a heads up that it might not work. I
I'll
don't think
go
it's a
ahead and
bad try, though.
sending. Tegan just.
Okay.
Oh, I don't.
Once-
Hey, it's Tegan. What you up to?
1 second.
You
Hold on, Brendan. 1 second. I better-
Why are you sending him this message of all things? Hi!
It's just so awkward.
He's gonna hit him with the Han Solo. You know, we had a bit of a misfire over here, but everything's okay now.
We're all fine.
How are
Yeah,
you?
How are you?
Yeah, you know, how are you? You're like, who are you?
So we have time to unattune and attune to stuff, right?
When we take
Yeah, I
long
assume
Pretty
so.
sure
We're
we're
about
about
to
to
rest,
rest.
yeah.
So yeah, you know, probably a good time to do that now, I guess.
For what it's worth, I attuned to to Ukar's helmet.
Can we build a
I'm so
dwarven?
proud of you.
I took his J's. I robbed him for his foams. Now I.
Does
got
someone
them all.
want the essence of black dragons? Because I'm going
Apologies.
to attune to the brass stone.
Someone's at the door. Okay. Before you go, Brandon. Here. So your history check is going to yield. Zelvor Eridanis is known as the title of the Bright Flame. Is an evocation archmage from the Wizard's Keep.
But yeah, I've definitely never met him.
No, you would have not met this individual. The Wizard's Keep was a sovereign entity to most kings and rulers. They lived on the Isle within the depths of the Mount Tramar, and as well as the three towers that extended. They did not really interact with the rest of the world unless it was to almost like, take a student maybe from another college or place, and they would run through the gauntlet to see if they were able to stand with the rest of the ranks of their kind. They were, I wouldn't say pompous, but it's I would probably press it more along the lines of they were secretive, like elusive in the way that they designed their institution. Okay, Brendan, go ahead.
We'll just go. Hello, Magello. This is Tegan. We have had time to discover new things about our destiny, and was wondering if we could have a conversation with you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that'll just be it. Listen to that.
Okay. You do not get a response back.
We're sorry, the voicemail box is full.
We're sorry. The number you had dialed is disconnected.
Doo 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 doo.
No,
I think he's got a Nokia.
you don't know either way, right? If it went through or not, you just know you did not get a response back.
Well, he's not answering. Oh, also, Varys, are we sending that amulet tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I have the slot for it.
Okay.
I do need like a board or something. So
There's
I
literally driftwood right there, and he'll point to the piece.
yeah, I
piece of
need some help gathering it, you jackass.
I'm busy. Thank you.
All right, well, I guess we'll do this tomorrow then,
What
because
do they
I'm
mean?
fucking tired.
Probably best. I don't really want to wake Elmar anyway.
No, we should do it tonight. Actually, I'm not going to wait.
You
We
would
should
say
get
your
that.
spite for me is superseding the safety of the king.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
not going to let that happen. And I will go to the back of this boat that's still together and write the teleportation circle in there, and have Tegan give me the necklace before I finish this.
I'll just toss it to him.
All right, Thanos, can you let your man know to grab the necklace? It will be on the floor of my wizard's tower.
Yeah.
All right, and I
Yeah.
will finish the circle and toss it through the teleportation circle.
Okay. You toss it through, and there's a little goblin hand that grabs it, reaches through the portal, and then begins to walk forward through the circle.
Hello, Bruga.
And then tosses it behind them. Brooker does not want to be hit with an amulet in the face.
I would never mean to hit you. I'm sorry.
A mere coincidence. They chuckle towards you, making maybe a joke, perhaps. Brooker did not know where all of you went.
Yeah,
Brooker's been waiting by your circle all night long, sipping tea, wanting your touch.
Well, I'm glad that you made it back.
Of course, Brugga made it back. Brugga and her Pip go way, way back.
So, could you give us some insight on what happened? I saw you and him speaking.
Brugga will give you some insight, but Brugga wants to get something from you in return.
Okay.
You must trust Brugga.
I do.
But
Just
then
you
what Brugga
implicit.
will... That is good, because what Brugga will tell you may make you not want to trust Brugga.
Okay.
Can't be any worse than anything I've done, Bruga. I promise you.
Pip is a clone. The very first of Brugga's clones. It did not go quite well. Pip was able to make many allies of my other clones, and was able to bring them to their side. It was a great war. It was Brugga versus Pip, and more Bruggas. It is why Brugga's tower is so protected. My sanctum is far away from this place in this world. Brugga makes sure of it. Brugga does not wish to have anything like the War of Bruggas happen again. Pip. I know what Pip was doing with Ukar. Brugga may have been helping Pip.
Okay.
Because Brugga knows the Tinkerer. At least Brugga knows what the Tinkerer was, Did not want to tell you.
I mean, we were also helping them at one point, so I don't see how we can cast judgment on you.
Brugge is very. Thank you so. The wizards of old. There is more than just Baldrum.
Right.
There is.
It was 6, right?
Yes. But they have long gone. There is one that Brugge knows that still may pose challenge to you and to you all.
And that would not be Magello, correct?
Brugge does not know where Magello is. Brugge assumes Magello is dead.
Well, in the good spirit of sharing information, we think that Magello might not be dead.
You tell.
Or at the very least, he's playing with time magic and keeps trying to keep us on track.
You think it's within
Yep.
the power of this great mage to be able to manipulate time?
Well,
You're aware that he intervened in our battle with Ethan, right?
Brugge knows some things, but Brugge has not been told completely.
so when we fought the White Dragon, we were accosted by Damodar, who showed up and basically told the White Dragon to kill us, or he was going to kill the White Dragon. And then he fired off a ray at one of us. It looked like a disintegration ray, but it had the feeling of time magic with it. And then Magello showed up, an older version of Magello showed up and counteracted it and basically saved us. And then he asked us if we had like one question, and the question we asked is if we wanted to learn more about our destiny, where would we go? Which is what sent us to the old
Belgium.
yeah, Felgum on the Isle of the Blessed. That was all before we met you.
Brugge knows that Magello is a great divination wizard at making prophecy. But prophecy is not always truth. Prophecy can be difficult and change in its interpretations. Perhaps Magello is trying to guide you on some prophecy. They became quite fixated on the prophecy of the chosen, how it works, why it keeps coming back, keeps working. Magello was relentless. Brugge did not know Magello then. Brugge does not know Magello now. Brugge just knows of Magello.
But
If
from what
Magello
we
is still
understood,
alive, then Magello would, if they were trying to guide you, Brugge thinks, do what Brugge is doing.
what is your goal in all this then?
Brugge just wishes to see the world a better place. Brugge did not want to involve any of you in what became of Maldrum.
You spoke of a wizard who may still yet pose a threat to us. Which wizard of old is still alive?
They have recently surfaced. Their name is Ren.
You said Ren, right?
Brugge did.
Just to to see if Varys has ever heard of this wizard and what he was like. Gonna make a history check for that.
Sure. Ren is a human sorcerer that was orphaned, has no family or house name. They dabbled in a pact as a warlock and seems to have rid themselves from that pact. Becoming anew, they've used their red draconic bloodline, which powers awoke at the age of 9, and defeated a number of notorious bandits and gangs in what now is the place of Chandronar and outside provinces, which is destroyed, right? In Zoomfir is where they were brought to train and instruct, but they did not need any instruction, or their powers were not of that of the book or text. They did not need any sort of instruction to use their magic. It was more or less constitution to try to hold it back so it did not consume them. Many revered that Ren had the mark of the dragons, something that the Draconia had in that age, perhaps even far more potent blood of those sorcerers as well. They were approached by Magello at the tender age of 37 and the fight against Barry Thune. After Barry Thune's death, they lived as a slight outcast in the institution, where they were no professor, nor had any means of teaching wizards how to use their magic. The story of Ren is that of falling in love with the clan Fenkin Copper Dawn, which is a Red Dragonborn clan that claimed themselves in service to the great elder Red Worm Barry Thune. Ren was tasked, because of the Red Draconic blood, to negotiate peace between the clan when they were exiled from the island. Ren was not seen or heard from after they were sent to negotiate peace.
Okay. I would look at Bruga and be like, "Oh, I've heard of this Ren. He was a wizard of old, but he wasn't actually a studied mage. He was more of a sorcerer, correct?"
Indeed, Ren was a very powerful sorcerer. Many believe them to be a new Draconia. Some try to figure out where or who their parents were. Alas, no one could.
With Ren's magic being so potent, it stands to reason that Barry Thune was his parent, correct?
Ren is a human. Ren is not a dragonborn. Do not know how Barry Thune would be the parent. So do not know how Ren would have lived so long. Ren is still alive, it seems. They go under a new name now. It is heralded as the Farim, a prophet. They are the Kuliak in the Crystal Desert. They seek dragon eggs that are prophesized by the great Tiamat to be hidden in the depths of the desert.
We learned about the prophet back in Othema, right?
Yes, were under the impression that it was just Damodar masquerading under a different name.
He's manipulated. There's a force of, isn't there? It's like a nomadic dragonborn clan, right? That lives out there. That he's Like,
Well,
Yeah.
not
The Kuliak?
nomadic. Yeah,
Is
we
that
know
what
that
you're asking?
they. Yes. What you
Yeah.
do.
So the party here has been told by the Kuliak that they are kind of a grouping of the Belnok and Ravashid humans in the Oasis, or other races, or other races in the Oasis, Lucir. They've almost banded together under this prophecy, right? This prophet, and then they were attacking some of these settlements and the places that the Belnok live, like Disquill or the Oasis, to get supplies and stuff in their search through the desert. Now, it's important to understand is that none of what information that you have of is that they are a threat to your existence or way of life at all. Nothing in your realm is that they've been causing too much trouble. Even it seems that they're just driven by this prophecy and led by this prophet known as the Faerim in the direction of finding the eggs and wanting to use them in some way, perhaps to gain favor with the goddess, maybe find a way to hatch them. Right, it remains to be unseen. I think what's important is what Brugga is saying is that Brugga knows who the Faerim is, just like apparently she knew who the Tinkerer was.
I have a question then, Bruga. Would Reen had been disillusioned with the society as it was because of being a draconic sorcerer?
Brugga does know.
I was just
Brugga
wondering
makes some
if
conclusions, I suppose. Brugga could say that maybe they were wanting to help the Dragonborn that were now exiled, banished from their island. Maybe they fell in love with their way of life and their people. I do not know.
yeah, I was just more curious on how well you knew him.
Brugga does not know much about Ren. Brugga only knows of the history, just like you, of what is written in text. Brugga only knows the Faerim is Ren because Brugga has seen the destruction the Faerim has left. There is only one that Brugga has ever read or known to be able to use such power, and that was a wizard of old known as Ren. There is no other that can command the flame, fire. In addition, it was spotted by many within the Oasis that there was a red dragon that emerged from the dunes. This is within the power of Ren. Change themselves to dragon. It was not Erithun. It was not big enough.
do you think Ren, as powerful as he is, in the same regard, he could be a potential threat, that he could also be a potential ally?
If Ren is convinced, then possibly. But then you would have Brugga thinks you would have to figure out why Ren left in the first place.
Did you know him personally?
Brugga has slept with many. Brugga does not kiss and tell.
That's not what I meant. I just meant, did you know him as a friend?
Brugga would not call Brugga and Ren friends.
Yeah. I was more asking, like, if we met him and I said that I knew you, would that harbor goodwill?
Brugga does not think it would open any doors, nor would it shut them.
Okay. 'Cause, I mean,
What if we said we killed Malgrim? Would that... Is there any bad blood between them?
Most of the dealings of the wizards of old after the fall of Erithun they did by themselves, without any help or any knowledge of the others.
so, from your recollection, Magello kind of got you all together and then y'all just dispersed after the fall of Barry-Thune?
Not exactly, no. the Barithune had fell, the Wizard's Keep was made. Much of it over the lair of the Barithune and Mount Dramar, over their body. From there, they were able to stay or to go. Magello was the headmaster, and others served as professor. But there was not always many students to teach. It took much time to gather, to form school, college, institution. In that time, wizards don't make for good idling. And they reverted to perhaps their true nature. Now with fame and fortune and power, they could not be stopped.
A question then. With all the fame and fortune and power you gathered, what caused the Talthars to push back against wizards and arcane magic so hard? You would think with all your notoriety of having pretty much saved the continent and maybe even the world from a dragon, arcane users would have been beloved.
Well, in this time the Talthars did not exist. The only kingdoms to reign over this continent was that of the Sular and the Temerian colonizers that pressed from the south. There was no leader that you needed to calm, cool. As well as Magello, which banded them all together. Brugger knows they did not want any part of the dealings of others. They only wanted their own, to be able to teach and to instruct, allow free thinking, free action, free will.
Makes sense.
Why the Talthars moved in the Great Purge against. This was the makings of the underbelly within the capital, where they put towards blame of the reckoning. Were there those that sought shelter and refuge? Of course. Did the Wizards Keep welcome with open arms? Not many. Not many were permitted.
Okay, then I have a more personal question. With your goal of a better society, what made you think that we were the best option for that? Why band with us? I mean, you can do almost anything you want.
Because Brugger knows just because you want something does not mean you need to make it happen. Brugger's story to tell is for Brugger to tell only. And Brugger has done much storytelling. Brugger likes to see things unfold. Does not like to take responsibility for those things.
You enable us to do a lot by backing us, though.
But when the dominoes fall, and Brugger knows it comes back to you, Brugger can shrug the shoulders. And Brugger can go away.
That is true.
You know that giant purple hand that you summoned, Varys, to do your work?
Yeah.
We are the giant purple hand.
Yeah. I think I got it.
Brugger would very much enjoy. Is there any more questions you have for dear Brugger? It is quite late.
I just probably the last thing I would wonder is Opip going to aid Ukar in chasing us and finding the king, or
Urpip will not. Urpip will not move against you. Urpip never meant to against you. Urpip only needed to earn the trust of the great Ukar. Ukar's gifts are created from the much time that has surpassed. Ukar has been alive for many, many years, and Ukar has always stayed without the reach of view of many, even I. When Ukar emerged, they were seeking great ambition, and goals aligned equally. Urpip was not dispatched. Urpip came to me and told me that they saw good promise and strength in Ukar, just like I see in all of you. Urpip is like me. They did not want to take the responsibility, but they were willing to help. And when it came back to them, they would shrug their shoulders and wipe their hands clean.
Oh, I had the man. Y'all played me. I had the idea that you and Opip had a falling out.
We did. Do not make no mistake. Brugge and Urpip had the worst of falling outs. I mean, Urpip led war against Brugge. But Urpip is me. How can Brugge be mad at Urpip? How could Brugge be mad at herself?
Is Opip still angry with you then?
Brugge does not know the emotions of Urpip. Urpip could be mad at me.
Well, either way, appreciate you and the information. What should we do about Zen in the meantime? What would be your advice? I'm sorry, Rin, not Zen.
We went from Reed. Was it Reed, right? Reed to Zen.
I didn't say Rin.
He did say
Yeah,
Ring.
at one point you did, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did.
I
I just thought it was. I know it's funny because we talk about like really complicated names and how there's like a lot of names and a lot of complicated names. And like this is the one time that the name is like super simple.
No,
it's literally
it's-
3 letters.
I think what happened with me is I was
So good.
in my brain was confusing Zavlar and Reen together, just
It's
making
totally
weird
fine.
ass names.
It's totally fine. The name here is literally just red. Literally like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
There's
it written
nothing
like
else.
that. I just
Yeah.
fucked it up.
Ren becomes the Sportsivus for Ferris.
No, there's
Doesn't
no
even
way.
have a W in front of the R. It's
Nope.
just literally.
It's just Reen. Yeah.
Throwback
well,
to the marches when Ferris would just be like, "We need to stop Orpheus."
I'm just having a
Daddy-o.
stroke, man. Yeah, just call him Mr. O at this point. I won't say his whole name. Yeah, I just had a stroke. Sorry. Anyway, what would your advice with Rin be? Like, if we encounter him?
Brugge's advice is to you is to either kill them quickly, if you can, or make some sort of agreement between each other.
It's
Is
just
this-
interesting. With him being someone who was known to be like a hero with y'all and the wizards of old, but also just in his free time he fought bandits and stuff. I wonder what he wants.
Dragon Egg Sparrow. Based on your description, though, it is striking that if I had not known who you were speaking about, I would have believed you were describing Damodar.
That is a good point.
Brugge sees some similarities between Devatar and Ren.
Likely why we assumed that's who was the Farim when we first heard about it.
It makes sense to Brugge. Perhaps it is
Wait.
Damodar.
I mean, we know Damodar was orphaned as a boy, but it's, I don't know.
I also,
It's good.
do we even know if Damodar is a wizard?
I was never under the impression as such, based on the type of power he wields.
You
But have
weren't
we ever
under
seen
the
him use a
impression, or
spell
you
book?
were? I haven't seen him use the spell book, but I don't think I've like looked for spell book.
Well, the key to that would be actually Maldor here, with the ability to manipulate the magic in ways that a wizard cannot.
That's why, I mean, I don't profess to be any scholar of the arcane, but it did strike a bit similar to the way that I access my powers.
Can I make like some kind of Arcana check to see if I would know that, like by the way he used
Sure.
magic, or no? Where's Arcana? There it is.
Damodar has not used a spellbook ever in the casting of the spells, nor do they seem to use any sort of arcane focus when casting spells.
No, I would believe he's not then, because I've never seen him use a focus or a spell book. Actually, I always assumed he was.
Well, if
When we
he's
first saw him, he was able to seemingly split one of his spells at multiple targets, which is something that I can also do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Man, I wish I could do that.
I mean, I did.
If Brugge believes, if you all think that this Farim is Damodar, then Brugge believes you. Brugge only has seen the destruction that this Farim has left, at least the destruction that those in the Oasis have suggested. Brugge only happens to be in the Oasis because Brugge likes some of the delicacies they cook up.
Well, you knew Ren, and you've met Damodar. Surely someone as wise as you would have seen the connection if it were the same person.
Brugge believes that Damodar is perhaps Brugge thinks that they strategize more before they use their power. Not that Damodar does not do violence, nor does Brugge think that Damodar is not stupid. They tend to not use their magic unless it is necessary. Ren never was the same. Ren would always use their magic. Brugge knows. Ren would not care about the fire as it consumed.
You think that's why they started hunting bandits, was to just use their magic?
The story of Ren was only that they grew up at a tender age. Very young, up to the age of 9. And they were using their powers to defeat notorious gangs and bandits in Uther, around Chandrona.
What if they're not the same person but are related?
Perhaps they are related, maybe connection. I don't know.
Although, I mean, I don't know, because I've never met a draconic sorcerer. Don't they usually have like some kind of indication that they are like scales, or is that not a thing?
Like Damodar's golden eyes.
That is true.
his scales could very well be hidden by the robes that he wears.
Although I just thought there was more of a physical transformation with that. Oh, it is late. And I'm exhausted. Bruga, if you're going back to my wizard tower, can you grab that amulet we threw and give that to the king? It should hide his location from prying eyes.
I'm sure it's already been delivered.
Brugge raises an
Oh
eyebrow.
yes.
Brugge wants to know what king.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Bruga.
Brugge is always at your service. And in the matter of the mutations of the draconic sorcerer, they come in all shapes and forms.
Well, could you describe what Reen looks like in case we run into him?
Again with the read. We got him again.
Did I say? I keep saying.
You said
Reen.
read. You said read again.
Yeah, why do you
We-
say rain?
We
He
got him
planted it in his,
again.
in his brain now.
Ren. Okay, Ren. I'm sorry, Ren.
Ren only presented with red draconic scales across their flesh, their face, their arms, their legs, and a little bit of their groin.
Yeah, but like hair color,
That
skin
answers the
color.
question.
I mean, that seems like enough.
What? To be fair,
Ren
you
has
saw my
beautiful
groin too,
raven
and-
black hair, greased and slicked. It's very similar
Okay.
to Damodar.
That's interesting.
I have a tangent question to that. What do you know of Lady Sindar Elena?
Brugge does not know much of this elvish princess that presides over Mirren, the palace of elves, the colonizing city of Melandar. I have heard their beauty is unparalleled. They are fair, they are just. They also have dealings of arcane pursuits, perhaps. They are a warrior if they need to be. Lady
Well,
Sindar
really-
Elena, Brugge knows one more thing. They were the ones to bring the Temerian Republic into the fight with the Telthars. They were responsible for the alliance and negotiation.
I don't remember if we told you this, but we had I don't know if it was a dream or a flashback or some kind of like a dream state where we went back in time to, I think, what was the Reckoning, and we saw a young version of Damodar and Lady Sindar Elena together.
Brugge wants to know if this was real.
So do I. That's why I was about to ask, do you know what she looks like so that I could maybe send a sending spell to her and ask for a meeting or something?
Why would Brugge need to tell you what they look like if you've already seen them?
Wow, I am incredibly dumb. Thank you, Bruga.
There is one thing for you, Brugge, since I know you are so inquisitive, and as you said, you want to know if it is real. At the bottom of Crepple Lake, you will find the stone that transported us into this dream state, if you have the means to explore or examine or simply to
Okay.
kill you.
That's Kiff Lake, by the way, not Crumple.
Kiff Lake.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lake.
Kiff Lake.
Set
The
right
other
to the
cat.
heart of Orzibus.
I would never do such a thing.
Brugge, why are you look like a zombie? Brugge may do some-
Thanks for the snack.
Brugge may do some inspections, perhaps, but Brugge does not want to tamper with great power such as this that you speak of. To take someone through time such as this, if it was real, is something that is quite remarkable. Brugge will do what they can, though. But Brugge has many things. Brugge only knows of this information from the Farian because they were taking a slight vacation. Brugge has a life to live.
Yeah, I understand. Anyway, we should get to sleep. I feel like we have a lot to digest and do.
Well, Bruga wishes you farewell. Good luck. Sleep.
I will see you hopefully soon, Bruga.
Bruga teleports away.
Well, one mage of old down, maybe another on the plate, but I don't know.
Another on the plate. What is this fucking a buffet?
I mean, yeah, another
Another on the
side.
docket.
Another
Another
on
on
the
the
docket.
docket.
Yeah, just curious to why. Not curious. I'm interested to see what Ren wants. If he's been
Well-
gone for so long.
I think that
And-
is.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that's tied to the dragons. How many people do you know that can transform willy nilly into a dragon without that isn't a dragon?
I mean, in my life, I've never met a draconic sorcerer other than if we think Damodar is one. I was raised in a school of wizards, so
You said that he had once broken a pact, or Bruger said. Somebody said.
no, that was what I said. Yeah.
Someone said. Strikes me that this person disappeared for some time and then re-emerged with a mission and some reverence for some ancient evil deity of dragons. Perhaps the pact was renewed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Tiamat, but I do know that she's the mother of all chromatic dragons. But
Well-
other than that, not much. I would just be interested to talk to him and see what his goals are. Maybe we don't even have to fight him.
Who has the red stone?
Luca.
Luca does.
Luca,
RIP that. I'll save that for next
green,
session.
Sitting
Yeah,
on
he's
the
just
aisle.
smoking a shit ton of halfling.
So as we begin to wind down our session, I think it's a pretty good point because at this point you're all pretty fucking exhausted. We are like in the middle of the night. You have not long rested. Belzar is laying next to the fire. Tomorrow morning, we're gonna go for the Isle of Palm.
What's there?
Where I live.
You find out next session, Peyton. Did you not just hear him? God.
Where I once lived, I suppose. But there's something there I think you all should see.
Alright.
Something that I found.
You sound excited for the first time since we've met you. I'm quite intrigued to see whatever this is.
Well, until next time!
I don't know the next episode of Dragon Ball
On the
Z.
next episode of Adrian Dakota. Innovated.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Experience. Let's do it.
God damn, I had a stroke trying to talk to Burger. That was crazy.
You were struggling.
Well, it's because I
Wait,
got
what,
hit with
last
like a
session's-
lot of information at once, and I was like trying to keep it all straight, but I just mix up like names and words if I'm not staring at them.
I will say before we long rest, though, I'm casting Dream, and Andrew Tumblerot's getting a goddamn nightmare.
Are you serious?
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I hope you're doing well, but with the nightmare.
Oh god. Yeah.
The Lannisters send their regards.
Have him
Ooh.
get chased through like the house like it. But as he like opens the last door before he wakes up, it says, "Hope you're doing well." And he wakes up. It's like, what the fuck?
No, it's gonna be through the stable, and he's gonna keep ducking into
Oh, through the
carriages,
stable.
and then I'm gonna open the door and shoot at him every time.
And then he like gets hit by the arrow, wakes up in another carriage. You open the
Yeah.
door again. And it's just like an endless loop of a nightmare.
That poor man.
No, I was just sleeping in here. No, I was just sleeping in. I promise. God damn.
And then when I fucking show up behind him, we'll have it like cut to after he's parted out the wagon, and I show up behind him for the first time. Thought that man was about to shit himself.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear that Rin and Daminar are so much alike.
I think Adam was onto something. Oh shit, we leveled up!
Oh, did we? We did?
Wait, what?
Damn. We did it.
We did, yeah.
Combining experience for session 72 to session 73, you're going to take 11,458 experience. It'll put you at 120,940 experience total, which is going to bring you all to a level 13. All have leveled up.
Nice.
This is for obviously all of the creatures that you slay in terms of the challenge ratings and such, but also from the role play and the story and the other things here. So all culminates and adds in.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fuck yeah.
Sparkle, sparkle.
I don't remember what I get at level 13. Oh.
I get 7th level spells at level 13.
I get a 7th level that I get to pick out now too.
I get lots of fun stuff.
All right, as per usual, I took the average, but I am curious what would I have rolled.
All right.
Yeah,
If you
all
are,
right.
if you're still watching us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Looks like the Quack Dealer also followed. If you're still watching Quack Dealer, thanks. We're gonna go ahead and close this off now for today. We have another group playing at 4 p.m., so you can always check them out if you wish. The Wayward Ones. If not, you can watch us Saturdays at 11 a.m. PST. We'll play next week here, and we'll see you later. Bye.
GG's.